We've seen this with the Vietnam trade agreement. We've seen it with Indonesia. We've seen it with Japan. Things which are represented as solved are not solved at all. And of course, the basic problem is where does the international community going forward? We've had a World Trade Organization before that, a general agreement on tariffs and trade, which had in place a multilateral rule of law, standards-based approach to international trade. And this has been completely torpedoed by this transactional one-to-one and then announcement really in a few lines, something which in the past would have taken years. And if you look at the EU-India agreement, you see that it's pages and pages of detail, which was negotiated over 19 years. And none of that is present with the Trump approach. And it gives pause, I think, to those in India who want to have this relationship reach its full potential to build peace and prosperity throughout the world.
Right.
But how do you deal with this on a transactional basis?
All right,
So,
Mr. Vikri, just hold that thought. I've also got Nick Harper, who joins us at this stage. Mr. Harper, how do you read this agreement between India and the United States? It's premised, obviously, on India buying Venezuelan oil. That seems to have been, the key which unlocked a potential fortune for both sides in a trade deal. But apart from that, how do you actually see this?
Well, as we heard from our other guests there, I think we're really lacking details. It is this big, bold, fanfare type announcement from the president, but it really lacks many of the details that people will now want to work out whether this is a good deal for the United States, whether it's a good deal for India, whether both countries, as Donald Trump is suggesting, will do well out of this deal. But yeah, interesting to note that issue of oil. Oil has particularly angered the US president. Countries buying oil from Russia. We know, of course, that India has been one of those and was one that was threatened with far larger sanctions, with tariffs being imposed, if the buying didn't stop. Donald Trump presenting it in that Truth Social post that the buying of oil from Russia will now end, with New Delhi potentially buying United States oil, but also oil for Venezuela. Of course, that Venezuelan oil is something that the US is hoping to capitalize on, getting US companies into Venezuela to extract the oil, to sell it to the US, but also to market it to other countries as well. So the US president is looking for international buyers to be able to pick up that Venezuelan oil, and that seems to have been part of the unlocking of this deal, the reduction of tariffs on India now, potentially because oil played the really pivotal card in all of this actually taking place and coming together.
Shiv, obviously we don't have all the answers right now. We are waiting for a statement from the External Affairs Ministry, but I would suggest that this deal, assuming that there is a deal, I mean, Delhi has to say that there is, brings together these two large democracies, incredible strategic partners, people who've been friends. We rely on them for defense, for so many areas. So the relationship which was going south, I would suggest one way or the other will be stabilized.
Very true, Vishnu, and I agree with everyone who's just spoken on our panel just now that there's a dearth of detail, and we oftentimes know that the devil is in the details, especially when it comes to the things said by Trump. So we've got to report carefully. We are standing by for an Indian government statement which will doubtless carry a greater deal of measure and perhaps provide a greater degree of detail as to what exactly has been agreed upon between the two sides. But even accounting for all of that, Vishnu, I agree with you entirely. The words used by Trump are unusually detailed in terms of what has according to him, been agreed upon. He quotes data, he quotes percentages as far as the tariff figures are concerned. Those would easily be denied if they are untrue. We've got our External Affairs Minister who happens to be on American soil as we speak. That must have obviously been very much a part of this, as Aditya mentioned earlier. And therefore, I think it's perhaps only a matter of minutes, maybe a couple of hours, probably till tomorrow when the Indian side comes out with its own statement. This is the way in which Trump does things. Two countries that were in a trade dispute trying to get towards a deal would have probably issued a statement at the same time. But Trump doesn't wait for anyone. He's put out this statement in many ways to capture the narrative, set the mood, get the upper hand because the person who speaks next usually has to, has the discomfort.
So, Shiv, the word is grandstanding.
And grandstanding.
That's what Trump has done. Grandstanding, and Nick, you want to come in on this. This is, a grade one Trump game plan, right? Grandstand. I've done it. It's over. Here's what it is. We're great partners, great deal. Here's to the future. And he announces it without there being a joint statement, a joint tweet, a joint anything. And, we've been talking now for the last 15 odd minutes. 15 odd minutes, our External Affairs Ministry has not in New Delhi responded. They're obviously still trying to get a grasp of what he's said. So Trump operates at Trump standard time, and that's clearly not India standard time by any definition. Nick?
No, that's right. Trump's standard time seems to be the moment he puts down the phone on that foreign leader. He's already writing up his next Truth Social post. As we have seen time and time again, when there are these announcements from the US president, they come very quickly off the back of the conversation with the other world leader. And it's always presented in very positive tones. There's nothing negative about this very long social media post. He goes from point to point, really pointing out how the United States has benefited from his deal making. I think one other thing, just to note from all of this idea of him convincing Prime Minister Modi to buy American, it is something that has been part of the reduction of tariffs on other countries when it comes to the deal making, trying to get them to invest more in the United States or commit to buying more US products. And Donald Trump says that India will be buying at a much higher level, a whole range of different items, but also an additional $500 billion being put into US energy, technology, agriculture and coal. Those are all the type of things that are good news and sound very good to the US president. He can present them well to the public. And I think, like you say, he's grandstanding here, giving it an opportunity to show the voters out there that he once again has achieved another large deal with another country.
Very true. I want to bring in Aditya Rajkol in on this once again. Stay with me, Nick, and we'll be joined by more voices in just a moment. But Aditya, are you hearing from the External Affairs Ministry and the government? Are they likely to put out a statement today? Or put out anything on sources? Because this is an explicit statement of some length that's come out from the Prime Minister, from the President of the United States. The White House has issued that same statement just a few seconds ago as well. It would seem a little odd to leave that hanging in the air for too long. The External Affairs Ministry must be on the job, Aditya.
Obviously, exactly. I mean, they would have been taken aback, but knowing Trump and his ways over the last 1 year or so, I think the MEA would be issuing a statement in a short while from now. They would be studying in accordance with the chief negotiator in the Ministry of Commerce, what all needs to be put out there. The finer print would have
Can I just ask you to hold on for 1 second? We've got an important reaction from Sergio Gore, the US ambassador. As I have said many times, President Trump genuinely considers Prime Minister Modi a great friend. Thrilled by the news of the trade deal this evening, the relationship between the US and India has limitless potential. So there is, a further detail which has just come in over here from the US ambassador. So it is a trade deal. As far as Gore is concerned, it's a done deal. We've still not heard from the External Affairs Ministry, but this is the first American bureaucrat, the ambassador of the US to New Delhi, who has reacted just now. Shiv, any initial thoughts on this brief tweet by Gore?
It was Ambassador Gore, Vishnu, who and you were one of the first Indian journalists to actually meet him when he took over. He put out that comment before Trump's statement saying, stand by. That was the first indication that something big was coming. You and I were chatting about it in the newsroom, and both of us actually got it bang on, that this was likely to be a large announcement towards the trade deal, if not the trade deal itself.
Yep.
And that's precisely what has been announced now. So this is the US ambassador, the new US ambassador to India, saying he's thrilled by the news of the trade deal, affirming once again what he has always believed about the relationship between Modi and Trump, which, as you and I know, Vishnu, has been one of the easier parts of this relationship. The genuine bonhomie and affection between Modi and Trump has played no small part in whatever has happened, but it has also resulted in the kind of tempestuous ups and downs, mostly from the United States as far as this trade negotiation is concerned. But once again, and I completely agree with you, Vishnu, we must exercise caution because big things have been stated by Trump and echoed now by the White House. So it's completely official now. It's from the US government itself, not just the president. And therefore, every minute counts as to when an Indian statement is going to be incoming. Vishnu, I'm wondering if you've heard anything from the government or from your sources.
I've asked them. There's stunned silence. Jayant Krishna joins us at this stage. Jayant, have you heard anything from anyone in the Indian system?
No, Vishnu, I have not heard anything. But, if you look at Rajesh Agrawal's statement, who's the Commerce Secretary and the Chief Negotiator from Indian side, I think he had shown a lot of optimism in a statement that was issued just 2 hours ago. So I'm not surprised to hear this. But what we do not know at this stage is, whether agriculture and dairy products are included or not included in this deal. So I think I haven't heard anything officially from any of the government sources. But since it has come from the White House as well, there has to be a degree of credibility to it, Vishnu.
No, I don't doubt it's happened. I just feel that a lot of the details, without being spelt out, doesn't quite make it as big a deal as Trump may be suggesting right now. So let's wait to see what those details are. Gore, I think it's important to look at this in the context of the rhetoric from Donald Trump since Op Sindoor. The president of the US said that he had ended this particular war. New Delhi has said that India ended that war when Pakistan came to the table and said, we want a ceasefire. That happened on the 10th of May last year. And so there's been one, and the Prime Minister said this on the floor of Parliament, and yet Donald Trump repeatedly on Op Sindoor kept making all sorts of statements. Then, of course, there was the entire bit about India supporting Ukraine. That then became India buying Russian oil. Sanctions went up even more to 50% because of the import of Russian oil. And then suddenly it's all done. And I can't help but notice, Gore, that bit of 25% on the import of Russian oils, there's no mention of that over here. Has that gone or not?
I think that's where, the devil lies in details, so to say, Vishnu. You're right about pointing out the trajectory that it has taken. And in between that trajectory is when one saw some really harsh, racist commentary also that came in from the Trump administration. That came down. That was tempered over a period of time because there was great realization on the US side as well that this is a relationship that's actually going down south because of those commentary that was coming in from Trump administration's senior officials. Having said that, there's still no clarity on not just the fact that the additional 25% where India was singled out, despite not being the largest importer either of Russian oil or of Russian natural gas. We don't have clarity on that. But the sense one gets from the message that that Donald Trump has put out is that because India has agreed to purchase Venezuelan oil in large quantities, that could be part of the trade negotiations. Again, no clarity unless and until it's put out. We can't really stick our neck and say that. But that seems to be the underlying tone of that message that Donald Trump has put out. And secondly, also on whether or not this is a limited trade deal, is this a full-fledged trade deal? Where are we going to, again, not just agriculture, but also dairy and several other sectors? Have they been included or they've also been completely kept out? What about services? What about mobility? All those are aspects that really create and complete an entire trade agreement. We don't have details on that.
And here's another one. To quote Donald Trump, the Prime Minister also committed to buy American at a much higher level, in addition to over $500 billion of US energy, technology, agriculture, coal, and many other products. So, I mean, that appears that's a huge add-on to this entire process. I mean, and that doesn't seem to be a part of the trade deal necessarily. So Nick, we need to figure this out. India and the US have a very robust defense relationship that's worth billions of dollars, but it's nowhere close to $500 billion. So we need to see how that's going to work out, right?
Well, absolutely. And as we have seen with some other countries in the past, there is still some significant haggling over exactly what the terms of the investment might mean. And here I'm thinking of Japan. Donald Trump was very quick several months ago to announce that very large trade agreement, including billions of dollars of investment from the Japanese government. But then when the dust settled, the Japanese were suddenly trying to renegotiate the terms of the deal as Donald Trump had laid out, because they simply said that the investment writ large by the US president was not quite what they were expecting. So Donald Trump, of course, can very quickly here in this social media post say $500 billion. But the devil, as we have been speaking about, is very much in the detail. How much US energy, technology, agriculture, all those different sectors, how much of each one of those would be bought into by the Indian government? That is not clear. It is a very nice round figure, a very big presentable headline for the US president. But when that all gets divided up, and if and when it gets corroborated by the Indian government, we may find that that $500 billion total, enormous that it is, might not be quite what the US president is presenting at this current moment.
So it's been it's approximately 9:22 p.m. India Standard Time, and it's 11:03 now. 9:22 is when Sergio Gore said, "Stay tuned, there's a big announcement coming." Gore being the US ambassador to New Delhi. It's now 11:03, so nearing 2 hours, and we haven't seen any reaction from the External Affairs Ministry, and I think that's telling. I do believe that that's telling. I believe New Delhi will walk a more cautious line. It typically does that. They will have something more specific in terms of the areas which are involved and the commitments which have been made. Shiv, if I can sound a note of caution, I think we'll have to really wait for what Delhi has agreed on to get an idea of the extent of this trade deal.
Completely agree, Vishnu. And I think, we owe it to our viewers especially to wait until we have the Indian government statement on this, because I have a feeling that many...
All right, Prime Minister Modi has responded. I've got a tweet from him just now. Sorry, Shiv, to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Wonderful to speak with my dear friend, President Donald Trump, today. Delighted that Made in India products will now have a reduced tariff of 18%. Okay, so that's confirmed, number one. Big thanks to President Trump on behalf of the 1.4 billion people of India for this wonderful announcement. When two large economies in the world's largest democracies work together, it benefits our people and unlocks immense opportunities for mutually beneficial cooperation. President Trump's leadership is vital for global peace, stability, and prosperity. India fully supports his efforts for peace. I look forward to working closely with him to take our partnership to unprecedented heights. So, Shiv, just as we were talking or saying a few minutes back, the India statement has literally 25% of the detail which Trump has shared. What India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has confirmed is that Indian products will now have a reduced tariff of 18%. Besides that, oil imports from the US, coal imports from the US, $500 billion, Venezuelan oil, all of that, not there.
Not there at all, Vishnu, and I think that's the most tantalizing aspect of it. The Modi government knows that oftentimes the claims made by Trump, are laden with little diplomatic traps. So it's best to keep things as vague as possible and only enunciate what has most definitely moved beyond the realm of negotiation and into actual fact. So we can confirm at this time that the Indian Prime Minister has validated the tariff aspect of it, moving to 18% for Indian products exported to the United States. But virtually every other assertion made by Trump, most notably, Vishnu, that the two sides have agreed to a trade deal, have conspicuously been left out We don't know the reason for that. It doesn't immediately indicate that no trade deal has been reached, but it's possible that there may be some other issues before a more concrete or explicit statement is put out. But very, very interesting to see the level of detail in Trump's statement. Prime Minister Modi instead filling his statement with niceties, cordialities, praise for the Prime Minister, gratitude from the 1.5 billion people of India, but leaving only that one little detail hanging in the air, and that's about tariffs on Indian exports to the US.
No, absolutely. So we're trying to see if we can get more details. We're trying to see if we can get the US ambassador as well sooner than later. But Shiv, in fact, let me go across to Jayant Krishna. Mr. Krishna, what exactly are you seeing, or what exactly are you getting in terms of some of the detail and the divergence and the difference between the US and India in the tweets or the messages that both have done?
See, first of all, Vishnu, I think it's also the fact that India, has concluded a trade FTA with the European Union. I think that was also a trigger, perhaps, that both countries felt, and especially the US, that yes, such a deal should be signed as early as possible, right? So I think one thing has become very clear from Prime Minister's tweet, Indian Prime Minister's tweet, is that it is not that 25 is becoming 18; it is a 50% becoming 18. I think that's very clear. That 25% penalty for us importing crude oil from Russia also has gone. I think that should be very, very clear. Because if that's not the case, and 50% becoming only 43%, it doesn't make sense at all, right? So I think effective rate is 18%, which is good. What we need to see is whether it applies to all the products around the all across, or it's like the European Union deal, agriculture products, farm products have been kept outside the purview. That remains to be seen. But I think with this deal happening, one is that it should be inked very fast. It should be signed as early as possible. And the both countries need to, as the Prime Minister's statement says, that as the two largest democracies, we need to move ahead. And we have been strategic partners, and with so many deals in place, I think it augurs very well for India's overall export portfolio.
It's 8 minutes past 11 tonight, and this is the biggest story most certainly so far this year between India and the United States, with the two leaders signaling some kind of a trade ceasefire. Definitely a de-escalation between the two sides in what has been, a series of historic lows, diplomatically speaking, between two countries which have otherwise been strategically very, very close. Aditya, I'm assuming that between now and tomorrow, okay, Aditya is going to come back to us in just a moment. In fact, can I request our producers to bring Aditya back? It's very important because I have to get my reporters in on this story to get. Let's get all our guests back on the screen very, very quickly. Rishabh Bhatnagar, my colleague from NDTV Profit, is live with me. Rishabh, what are you hearing from within the system? We've got Prime Minister Modi putting out his comment, confirming only one tiny detail, an important one nonetheless, of the slash in tariffs on Indian exports to the United States. But very tantalizingly, Rishabh, all of the other things mentioned by Trump have been left out. I'm assuming there will be some kind of a briefing from the Indian government at some point tomorrow, because these things obviously can't be left in the air. Rishabh.
Absolutely, Shiv. What we're looking at is more sort of clarity on the contours of this particular trade deal. So far, there's only confirmation of the reciprocal tariff bit, which is 25% being slashed by 7%. We still don't know the status of the 25% tariffs, the additional tariffs that were actually levied for the purchase of Russian crude oil, even though that is something that Donald Trump has actually addressed, that India has gradually weaned off Russian oil supply. So that is one. What we're also looking at is Donald Trump says that India wants to buy about $500 billion worth of products from the US, India actually imports roughly about $720 billion worth of products. So I don't see how $500 billion worth of that could come from the United States. Let's see what sort of a period Donald Trump is looking at for that one. So there's a lot of things, a lot of clarity still to come from within the Indian government. We're awaiting statements from the Commerce Ministry, who's been the anchor behind this particular trade deal. There's Commerce Secretary Rajesh Agarwal, who was earlier the chief negotiator for this trade deal. He's expected to definitely brief something on this. Back to you.
Stay with me, Rishabh. Gauri, Dwivedi wants to come in. Gauri, what are the unanswered questions that stand out to you right now as we report this developing story? 2 statements in so far.
Indeed, just taking on Shiv from what Rishabh was saying in terms of numbers, how does this 500 billion add up? Because India's overall oil import bill is expected to be about $110 odd billion this year. That is the total oil import bill. Of course, a third of it comes from Russia. Even if that gets completely replaced by Venezuela, that is still only that much amount. Now, if you take the India-US trade, bilateral trade size, that is also about, roughly about $135 billion. We run a trade surplus. That's the whole point. That is the reason why Donald Trump gets upset. So how does all of this add up to $500 billion, $500 billion is something I think that is yet to be figured out. And that is, I think, where the big gap about understanding is right now.
No, and it won't be the first time that Trump has dropped figures that are later, corrected or clarified on. So I wouldn't read too much into that. Trump's, brand of announcing things are always subject to corrections and course corrections and clarifications. So we'll have to wait on that. The $500 billion figure, Gauri, that you've just mentioned, is perhaps one important example of that. Nisha Poddar, my colleague from NDTV Profit, also joins us on our live breaking coverage. NDTV was the first network to tell you that there could be a big trade announcement between the two sides around the corner. We did that about 8 hours ago today, and therefore we had sensed that something like this was afoot. Nisha, your take on this? Clearly there are unanswered questions. We're awaiting clarity from the Indian government as well. How are you reading this, Nisha?
Right. So this has come as a very, very important welcome move. And also remember, a very big certainty for our economy, for our manufacturing, exporting sector, the entire corporate India and the markets at large. Because the one important uncertain factor since April 2025 that the market and the economy was grappling with was this particular trade deal. While the government had another two-pronged strategy of negotiating with the US, which had been tough for the government, but on the other hand has opened the doors for several new economies and markets for our own exporters by signing several other FTAs. Yeah. And the last one being the European Union, which was a big victory for the government. At the current moment, this particular negotiation is over. The announcement is that the reciprocal tariff is reduced from 25% to 18%. Yeah. This is what we have got at the particular moment. But one big worry that I am now sensing after speaking to several market participants as well as corporate India is that whether it is 25 plus 18 or is it 25 earlier, which has been reduced to 18. This is one very critical and technical clarity that needs to be sought. Probably these are very early hours right now. And late in the night over here, we will be getting more clarity. But this particular clarity is required. If it is from 25 to 18, very, very good. If it is 25 plus 18, then it will come in as a big concern. It should likely be the earlier. That will be the wishful thinking. But that clarity is to be sought because many market participants are really speculating on this particular bit, and this technicality needs to be clarified. But overall, this particular certainty coming in will be a very, very welcome move for the Indian corporates as well as for the exporters and the market.
No, this is undoubtedly welcome news because, the two leaders of these two countries announcing, what is most definitely a de-escalation. And I deliberately use a military term here because what has happened between India and the United States is unprecedented in the history of their relationship. There have been many, many serious ups and downs. India has faced sanctions in the past from the United States as well. But what has happened over the last 8 to 9 months has been something that an entire generation hasn't seen as far as India-US relations are concerned in the post-Kargil era. Jayant, Krishna, I know I don't want to jump the gun on things because, as our colleagues have just said, there are so many unanswered questions. We're awaiting detail on, what those percentage falls actually mean. Nisha's pointed to a very, very important need for clarity on what exactly Trump meant by that slashing of tariffs. But I'm wondering whether this ceasefire of sorts between the two sides means that even something like the H-1B issue could be on the table for negotiation, and there could be some solace in those areas as well. Pain points. Jayant.
So, Shiv, in today's day and age, countries do not necessarily get what they deserve.
Yeah.
They get what they negotiate, right? So while, India getting its quota of H-1B visas may or may not have been a part of this deal, but I think, it's bound to follow because as relations, get on the right track, I think this is bound to happen, and in due course of time, I think US would also realize that Indians who go on H-1B visas, they do a lot of good to their economy, right? I mean, they meet their skills deficit. They meet their global businesses because of cost arbitrage. Their business is globally competitive, right? So India is actually adding value to that country, instead of taking away American jobs. And if some sources are to be believed, very, very senior tech companies and other organizations in the US, businesses have actually gone back to White House and told that, yes, a complete stoppage of H-1B visas or a significant reduction therein it will be detrimental to those American companies, right?
Yeah.
I think it's bound to happen. I see it as a writing on the wall. Their relaxation would happen, and that tightening was also announced because as a pressure tactics by President Trump, right?
Yeah.
So if this deal is through, then I see that as the next point on the negotiation table.
Okay, very interesting. Raymond Vickery continues to be with us. Raymond, do you want to weigh in on, we've all expressed our skepticism on taking everything that Trump has said so far at face value. The Indian Prime Minister's statement has also indicated that not everything may be fully tied up just yet. He's also not said anything about a trade deal being agreed upon, which is what the US president has said. What would you say comes next, Raymond?
Well, what comes next is to try to break through the fog of television performance that President Trump is so good at. If you think about this, this is a very strange way to run international affairs, one which really runs contrary to what's been happening for the last 80 years. In the ordinary course, when an agreement is reached, you have a joint statement between the parties involved as to what the terms are. And here President Trump jumps out as the reality TV star that he is for 14 years. He makes a statement, and everybody else has to come along and try to fill in. And it makes for live television, but it is no way to run international relations. So everything has to be taken with a grain of salt. When you have this $500 billion figure, President Trump throws out figures all the time, $600 billion in a year for investment from outside the U.S. And then you try to get into the details of it, and you find out that it really isn't that at all. It's something else entirely. And that's what's happened here. The reality is this deal has been on the table for a year or more. India has stood firm on the agricultural side of it. And I believe that India still is standing firm on it, whether it be dairy, whether it be chickens and what they're fed and so forth. And I think that Trump has just kept this in his side pocket for when he can announce it and get maximum benefit from it. Everybody knows that in the United States, domestically, he has huge problems now in Minneapolis with ICE coming on, with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. And so this is a great way to throw it out and divert from those kinds of issues. That's not to say that this isn't welcome. Of course it's welcome, because the United States and India have been on an upward path for the last 30 years in terms of being natural partners. So it is welcome. But as a way to put to rest the difficulties and the opportunities which face the United States and India, it is by no means dispository of that situation.
Okay.
So we have to, on both sides, keep working at this to fight through the fog of television performance to see that the sound relationship which should exist between these two largest and greatest democracies is really fulfilled.
Okay. Nisha, you had a point to make. Go on.
Yes, that's right. While the speculation was right just when the news came in, whether it's 25 plus 18, but my sources, after seeing our transmission here and our broadcast and the discussion, some of my sources have really reverted to me, and they have clarified that Sergio Gore, the US ambassador who had come to India, had clarified that it is from 50 now to 18. So that particular clarity is for the first time coming in from my sources at the particular moment, who have got this clarification earlier. So yes, this is a very, very positive development. The whole doubt had occurred because 25% of the rest 50% was punitive basis the Russian oil buy by India. And that is one of the important negotiation chips that India has given, that they will be sourcing more oil from the US and then potentially from Venezuela, where US has taken over the oil assets. So therefore, this is going to be from 50 to 18, as Sergio Gore had earlier clarified. And this is the clarification here coming in.
That's huge.
So definitely a very, very positive move and a very big victory when it comes to negotiations with the US for India as a government, as a sovereign.
Huge, huge. You know, Gauri, bringing you back in, give us a sense of what it must have taken to get to this point. You know, given that the trade battle lines had been drawn by both sides, India had refused to cow down to the ridiculous demands that had been made, we understand, by the American side. And the fact that some kind of a middle ground appears to have been achieved, that in itself appears to be a really big situation, because I remember, we were chatting about this and wondering how long this trade negotiation is going to go on for. And we were talking about months, perhaps even over a year. That they've been able to reach so far means compromises must have happened on both sides, Gauri.
And Shiv, is also indicative of the fact that India has the stomach to do these big trade negotiations. We closed one with UK, we closed one with EU, and on our terms is what we have been able to do so with US. If what Nisha is saying is correct, as her sources are pointing out, at 18%, we are 2% cheaper than Vietnam. We are just about 3% more expensive than Japan. Japan closed it at 15%. Vietnam is 20%. I'm not counting some of the other smaller economies like Bangladesh and others. So to that extent, it's a great deal at 18%, and without nominating President Trump for a Nobel. And being able to do negotiations on our own terms. And that included also looking the Trump administration in the eye in the face of those really racist personal attacks that came in where India was very responsible, Shiv. We were very responsible, matured in our handling of the situation. It was very volatile, but we stuck to our core demand, which is that our national interest in terms of our domestic industry needs to be protected,
Yeah.
even in the wake of such volatility.
Jayant, apart from the obvious sort of wisdom, which is that nothing is over until it's over, and even then it's not over in Trump's world, I think the Indian government, the Indian diplomatic machinery, will perhaps never again take its eye off the ball when it comes to US relations, even for a moment, and especially under this president.
No, absolutely. I think if you look at the history in the last 10 months or so, I think no matter whether talks were on or not on, but I'm given to understand almost 50% of the focus of Ministry of Commerce and the key team there has been on the US, and 50% is all countries put together, including countries like Australia, UK, European Union, UAE, and wherever we have had a deal. So I think, given that, the American behavior has been changing very, very fast, and, the responses on one hand calling India a failed economy, the next day calling Prime Minister Modi a great friend and a great leader, and so on and so forth. So I think there has been so much of oscillation. The pendulum has been going to the two extremes so very often that, it was keeping Indian negotiation team on the toes all through last 10 months that I have some insights of. So I think it's interesting, but I don't think there'll be, one needs to be unduly worried about, because one thing is very clear. Even Prime Minister's statement has said very clearly it is 18% is what exporters will have to pay, right? So it's not 43%, it is 18%. Yeah. I think that becomes very clear. And I think if you look at some of the countries like Vietnam, Sri Lanka, they have 20%. If you look at Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, they have 19%. So we are slightly better off than that. With the European Union, they have 15%. We are still 3% higher. And Japan and UK have 10%. So I think we are still higher. But I think 18% is something which is, I would think, of course, it could have been lower, but it is reasonable. And Indian exports can absorb that, can bring, more cost efficiency and so on and so forth. And will be able to sustain, 18% tariff. So I see a lot of hope. I see a lot of promise going forward. And I personally believe that, if this falls through and it doesn't get converted into a signed deal very early, that, then the US stands to lose its face,
I agree.
More than anybody else.
I completely agree with that. This is something that the US needs at least as much as India does. The initiative is going to have to be from the United States, given that they've brought the two countries to this very turbulent pass. With a tempestuous president. But having said that, it is worth noting that the president has used unusually affectionate words for the Prime Minister, even for someone who is quite, generous with his compliments when he's talking about someone he shares a good rapport with, deeply respected in his country. We are two leaders that get things done. This couldn't have been managed by anybody else. Lots of effusive praise, by Trump. But there are obviously unanswered questions. Rishabh, bringing you in here. Okay, we've lost Rishabh, but let me bring Gauri in on that then. Gauri, we both know that this entire Trump tariff terror and turbulence has, driven India in a direction of, never before reforms. We've seen it even in the union budget, some of those announcements yesterday, and some of the structural reforms that the Indian government announced late last year were all in keeping with a kind of realization that you can't depend on old friendships and old trade partnerships either. India has to be extremely self-reliant and, much of its capacity has to be homegrown. But having said that, there are going to be decisions that will need to be taken very, very quickly, because Trump is also a kind of person who changes his mind. The written and signed document is no longer sacred in Trump's world. So it's going to be a sleepless night for the Indian government.
Indeed, it will be. I expect an executive order with his trademark style, using his felt pen to probably get this thing going. But having said that, yes, this has been a trade negotiation and a deal that has been in the works since February 11th, when Prime Minister Modi traveled to the US last year, 3 weeks into Donald Trump's second term. Since then, the back and forth has been quite significant. And also the realization that came in for India that at the end of the day, these trade vagaries and uncertainties are only going to increase. We need to insulate some of our most impacted and exposed sectors, and also those sectors which are extremely labor intensive in nature, which is why the budget yesterday focused a lot on labor intensive sectors, protecting employment, creating employment. And that, I think, is the bigger realization that has come in the wake of Trump land. You need to protect some of those sectors which are most exposed to US. That's the first thing. And second, also, I think the fact is India has realized that, yes, 4 years consecutively, our largest exposure, largest trade partnership has been with the US, but we need to look at other markets. The fact that we've been able to close the mother of all deals with EU, a lot of that has to do with the fact that we couldn't make much progress with Donald Trump, given the kind of arrogance and stubbornness that they had, imposing an additional 25% on us. So that moved Indian negotiators to look at other markets even more aggressively. We signed EU, we signed UK, we signed New Zealand, and we are willing to sign other trade pacts very quickly. A lot of it has to do with the fact that we were exposed to a lot of uncertainties in our trade relationship with the US.
You know, there's been an important statement from the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. This is, an entity which has really been driving the trade equation between both countries. And they are welcoming the reduction of the reciprocal tariff from 25% to 18%. They're calling it an important first step. And I think the important clarification that we seem to get a little while back is that, in fact, the tariff on the India's continued import of Russian oil has for the moment gone away as well, that the overall tariff is at 18%. If that is indeed the case, then that is a huge, huge benefit, one that really helps India's industry. So Padmaja joins us as well. Padmaja, we've seen a statement from the Prime Minister. He's welcomed this, albeit not with as much detail as the Americans have announced thus far.
Absolutely. And in fact, over the next few hours, it's going to be very crucial to hear a more detailed statement coming in from the government. Right now, there is a more precautionary, a more cautious statement that has come from the Indian side as opposed to what Donald Trump said or what even Sergio Gore has said. Just to bring our viewers up to speed, those who are joining us right now on this big, big news story, Prime Minister Modi said, "Wonderful to speak with my dear friend President Trump today. Delighted that made in India products will now have a reduced tariff of 18%. Big thanks to President Trump on behalf of 1.4 billion people of India for this wonderful announcement. When two large economies and the world's largest democracies work together, it benefits our people and unlocks immense opportunities for mutually beneficial cooperation. President Trump's leadership is vital for global peace, stability, and prosperity. India fully supports his efforts for peace." But what is critical here is to remember that right now, a very important point that has been made by Nisha Poddar, and for the viewers who just tuned in, Nisha, if you could again explain, because there is still a little bit of clarity needed of exactly how the tariffs have been reduced from 50% to 18% or from 25% to 18%. What should we understand? If you could just please elaborate on that, because there's still a little fuzziness about that detail.
All right, we'll come back to
can you hear
Nisha
me?
in a moment from now, get that line up. But I do believe that what Nisha was reporting earlier on, Padmaja, was important, that it has come down to 18% at this juncture. So remember, there were sanctions, there were tariffs rather, which had been introduced earlier on. Then there were further tariffs, which brought it up to 50%. But that's come down now. Jayant Krishna, how do you actually look at this? And I think the really important point is that it's operational as far as Trump is concerned immediately. So we should see immediate benefits for Indian industry looking to get into the US.
Well, I think it's going to be a very, very widely welcomed by the Indian industry, especially those which were exporting to the US. And a lot of companies which are exporting to the US, they had generally been laying most of their eggs in the American basket. So it's going to be a wonderful news for them. And their business, their operations, their exports have suffered in the last few months since it became operative. And I think it's going to be welcomed by all sectors, be it leather, be it gems and jewelry, be it electronics anyway, and smartphones were kept outside the purview of 50% tariff. So I think a lot of sectors, industrial products, textiles, garments, oil seeds, fruits, chemicals, they'll largely benefit. Pharma will not be affected much because it was kept outside the purview of 50% tariff. So I think Indian industry is largely going to welcome it, and it should be business as usual back for all of them. And 18% is a tariff, vis-a-vis what has been finalized with Japan, UK, South Korea, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, these kind of Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, these kind of countries, vis-a-vis them, it is reasonable. Of course, it is higher than European Union, higher than UK and Japan and South Korea. But with most other nations, I think it is competitive, and India should be able to do good business, good exports with them once it becomes operative.
Okay, Nisha Poddar is now back with us. And again, to underline just how big a deal what has happened today is, Nisha, for the viewers who are just joining us, here is what Donald Trump had tweeted, and which is why perhaps a little bit of confusion has been created there, where he said that the United States will charge a reduced reciprocal tariff, lowering it from 25% to 18%. However, now it turns out that actually the overall tariff has gone down from 50% to 18%. So it's not just a reduction of 7%, it's a massive drop. Can you please help clear that up for our viewers? How do we understand this? That it's not just 25 to 18, it's 50 to 18.
That's right. There was a speculation in the market as soon as this was announced. But remember, after 25% tariff, there was a reciprocal additional punitive tariff because India was seen buying Russian oil. And because this announcement only states one negotiation point, which is that India will stop buying Russian oil and will focus more on US oil and potentially later Venezuelan oil. So since only this point was made, there was some clarity required. But I've heard it that Sergio Gore has clarified that it is coming in to 18% in total. So that's going to be a very, very big victory. Anyways, that additional 25% was more of a retaliatory statement made by the US in the wake of the Russian-Ukraine war, which US has been trying to really stop. So oil diplomacy, geopolitics in Russia and Ukraine, those were the two important factors because of which we also had to take the wrath. But the clarity coming in on this 18%, that it has been finally reduced to that, there could have been pressure on two counts on the US to quickly wrap up the trade negotiation and sign a deal with the US, especially with the European Union signing mother of all deals in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's words with India, and also giving us the concession and the comfort on critical areas like protecting the interests of agriculture, as well as dairy, farm, and other such sectors where India wants to protect its own farmers. And therefore, European Union deal, and with the geopolitics and the political diplomacy, even between EU and US, has now also pressurized US to sign this negotiation and come up with some negotiation and trade deal with India quickly. Also, I would say that a very emphatic budget where we looked at fortifying our own economy. So two-pronged strategy of FTAs with other countries, opening other regions for Indian manufacturers and exporters, and giving newer market as an offset to US. Of course, we can't completely offset. US is still our biggest importer, but one, that strategy. And second, building our own resilience and pointing out some of the very critical and important sectors for our own resilience. Those two have been blockbuster steps by India to really put pressure and diplomatic pressure on the US to come to the table and finally put an end to the uncertainty which has been going on for almost 1 year, where the economy and the manufacturers, exporters have been on tenterhooks. So this clarity
what I'd like to
was
do, Nisha, if you just hold on for half a second, is just for the benefit of our viewers, explain what we broke here on NDTV. The big story is that there is a trade deal between India and the United States. It's one which was announced first by the US president. It was then followed by a tweet from Prime Minister Modi. In terms of the substantive part, the tariffs have gone down to 18%. Earlier, remember, India faced 50% tariffs, and that was because of India's import of Russian oil, in addition to tariffs on separate items. What is now going to take place, according to Donald Trump, is that there'll be an import of oil by India from Venezuela that would replace Russia, an import of oil possibly from the United States, a trade to about $500 billion across several areas. And then he's also spoken very strongly about the relationship between him and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So I think the relationship, and Padmaja, this is something you may want to come in on, the relationship between America and India, which was really suffering, in a sense, has been righted. As we wait for the final details, I think it's likely to look upwards from here onwards.
Absolutely. And in fact, effusive praise there for the Prime Minister coming from Donald Trump, where he said that, both he and I are men who like to get things done. He's a hugely respected leader in his own country. And it is out of respect for Prime Minister Modi that we have come to this trade deal. The punitive tariff has been done away with, like we just discussed. And of course, the overall tariff also has gone down from 25% to 18%. So yes, you have a lot of politics here happening on the sidelines, even after this massive, massive announcement. Like we were just, telling our viewers that it's been a pretty good day in office for the Prime Minister. If you look at it, like Nisha explained, we just had the mother of all deals with the EU that we managed to seal. And now, then we had a budget yesterday. And today comes this massive announcement on the reduction of tariffs. So a good day in office as far as India is concerned. But on the sidelines, also to bring our viewers up to speed, you have the politics, the attendant politics, Gauri, with the Congress furiously tweeting away saying, why is it that the US president made this announcement? What are the details of this deal? Have the farmers' interests been protected? Which is interesting considering that ever since the tariff had been levied on us, continuously it was being said, why is there no deal? Why is America holding out? And when the Prime Minister had said in his Independence Day speech that no force on earth is going to make us or is going to push us against a wall, we will not in any way compromise on the interests of our farmers. We held out all of this while, but the politics still continues. Gauri.
Indeed, and it has taken us a year to reach here. This particular point and to close this deal. 11th of February is when last year the Prime Minister was in the Oval Office, and that's when the trade negotiations started. Through this entire year, lots of ups and downs. And one thing that India was very consistent about was, A, we will only open up the sectors we feel that we should expose to the global market, to the American market. B, India was all along, and Indian negotiators were very clear that agriculture and dairy are two sectors which are no-go zones. And that is where the deal was stuck. That is where negotiations were stuck. And Indian side was very clear. If it is stuck, so be it. Because, we are not going to open up on terms that do not suit our farmers, that do not suit our dairy farmers. And I think that's where the credit needs to be given, even if it has taken long. And a lot of opposition actually came in on the fact that, Japan has closed the deal, EU has closed the deal, everybody's closing, we are not being able to close it. But at the end of the day, we have closed it on terms that suit us. And I think that's where the credit needs to be given. And that's where the single biggest advantage and benefit is going to come back to our farmers, to our and not just farmers, the entire Indian industry to a large extent. This is a very consequential trade relationship. And we have closed a deal on terms that are suitable and advantageous to us.
Absolutely, and on our own terms, Jayant Krishna, not to engage in triumphalism at this point because we're still waiting.
I can take the ambassador on air any moment that he's ready. Will you tell me when?
All right, can you give me just a moment, please?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Padmaja, carry on.
All right. We just had the member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, Sanjeev Sanyal, a while ago say, Jayant Krishna, jukti hai duniya jukane wala chahiye. But the fact is that all this while, it may have seemed that America was holding out, but India had very clearly laid down the line when it comes to this deal. What do you think? While we wait for the granular details, okay, let's go across to Vishnu.
All right, well, I'm joined now on the phone by Ambassador Sergio Gore. Thanks very much, Ambassador Gore. Congratulations. It's been a while coming. You must be thrilled.
Congratulations both to India and to the United States. This is an incredible night for both countries. You know, since I arrived in India about a month ago, I've always said that the Prime Minister and the President have a deep friendship. And some people didn't believe that, but that is a friendship that has been developed over many years. It's a friendship that has endured, and it's ultimately what got this deal done. I've often said that the relationship between the United States and India has limitless potential. And with this trade deal now being behind us, it's an incredible thing, and it unlocks the next chapter of the relationship between our two great countries.
Ambassador Gore, is this premised on India buying Venezuelan and American oil as a way of, India stopping the import of Russian oil?
I don't want to get into too many details. I'll let the trade negotiators announce those specific details. The one thing I will say is both the Prime Minister and the President have supported bringing this conflict in Russia and Ukraine to an end. And so that's something that both sides have been in agreement on over a long time. The Prime Minister wants to see peace over there also, as does the President. And so tonight is a night to celebrate that this deal is now behind us. To put it into perspective, I will share with you that the European Union and India took 19 years to negotiate the deal. And so, people were saying, why is this taking so long? It didn't take anywhere as close or as long as the European Union. So we're thrilled by that. And again, I will say that is because of the leadership of the Prime Minister and the President.
Oh, just a point of clarification. The tariffs have come down to 18%. So, in other words, the additional tariffs placed on India's import of Russian oil have also gone away. So, the total tariffs right now stand at 18%. Is that right?
The total tariff will be 18%, and that will be finalized over the next few days. There's some items that need to get signed, but the total tariffs will be at 18%.
And could you share with us any other details on when it's going to get signed? When is it all official, or is this it?
I mean, it's official. It's done. There's a few technical things that will be worked out over the next 2-3 days, but it's done. The Prime Minister and the President had an incredible phone call tonight. It lasted about 30 minutes. The Prime Minister invited the President to visit India once again. There's a lot of things that are going to restart between the two countries. And so it's an incredible night for both countries, frankly. And, the President recalled his visit to India, and he told the Prime Minister it was one of his favorite visits in his first term, and he would love to come back once again. The Prime Minister recalled his visit to the United States, including the Howdy Modi event in Texas. And so when two friends catch up, it's a great thing. And tonight there was a genuine phone call between two dear friends.
30 minutes is quite a period of a phone conversation between two leaders. $500 billion potentially of Indian imports across different sectors. Could you give us some more details of what you're looking at specifically? Or is that an overall target?
Look, there's a lot of companies from India that would like to purchase American products. And when President Trump came back into office, the message was America's open for business. Our country is in a spot today that, frankly, the last 4 years, we weren't there. And under President Trump's leadership, the United States has come back to the forefront. As you saw, I think in the last day or two, Air India is purchasing more Boeings.
Yes.
There is a 10-year deal that got signed, a 10-year pact between the United States and India on defense.
Yes.
And so there's a lot of things that are in common. We are great partners, and because of the President's leadership, because of the Prime Minister's leadership, that is something that we aim to take to the next level. The next 3 years will define the relationship between our two nations for several decades to come.
And a final question, Ambassador Gore, when can we expect President Trump in India or Prime Minister Modi in Washington?
I don't have any dates to announce, but stay tuned. Since I've arrived in India a month ago, we've gotten a number of high-level visitors, including the Secretary of the Army, congressmen, senators. We have cabinet secretaries coming here in the next few weeks. And so now that this deal is done, one of the first things that I look forward to working on is their next meeting. And so I anticipate that happening in the next few months.
Next few months, all right. That's a big takeaway. Ambassador Sergio Gore, congratulations for pushing this home, you and your team and all of the others, the negotiators. It's great to see India and America back on an equal and even keel, hopefully with the relationship headed only one way, and that's up. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's a pleasure. Good night.
All right, so Sergio Gore over there, the U.S. ambassador to New Delhi. Padmaja, you were listening in, and correct me if I miss a couple of the takeaways. Number one, we could see a meeting in the next couple of months, right? I think he said 3 months.
Yes.
Number two, as we were reporting from some time back, it's at 18% now.
And that's really the massive
the tariff has gone away. It's down
now,
of Russian oil, it's 18%.
Yeah. And because now this basically means that when compared to competing economies, we actually have a lower tariff when compared to other competing export economies. So you've got Indonesia at 19%, Vietnam at 20%, Bangladesh at 20%, China at 34%, and India now is at 18%, a massive drop from the earlier 50%. You'd got a 25% punitive tariff, you'd got an otherwise reciprocal tariff of 25%, a total of 50%. And from that, it has become less than 1/3, which is now at 18%. So finally, that confirmation being given to you by the US envoy that this tariff has been slashed massively from 50% to 18%. And why this is a huge relief, Vishnu, because time and again it was said that when it comes to such competing economies, we are being hit massively. Our textile industry is being hit massively. This slashing of the tariff is going to be huge for India.
Gore, it was a 30-minute conversation. That's a lot. It's sizable between the two leaders. That was the other takeaway. And Ambassador Gore, and in fact Trump said it himself, spoke about the relationship between the two leaders. It's a fantastic relationship. It's premised on friendship. And that's been really reiterated with all of this. How have both these leaders spoken about their friendship despite all the problems we've had in the last little while?
And I think they have been very consistent about the fact that they share a rapport, they share, a friendship going from Donald Trump's first term. And that's what Sergio Gore also mentioned. He mentioned the Howdy Modi event. He mentioned some of those events when they came together. And I think those aspects of the relationship are really going to get a huge fillip going forward. With the trade deal done, the two leaders likely to meet in the next couple of months, could be 3 months or so. You could see some of the other aspects of this relationship, the Quad Summit, and several of those aspects really now coming to the forefront, and not just trade being the full focus of the entire negotiations between the two sides. So to that extent, this is a huge positive. With the trade deal being done, all focus now on the other aspects of it. Who knows? It could just be the Quad Summit. India has to host it. We've delayed it because, of course, of several other reasons. Now, with the prospect of Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi meeting in the next 3 months, who knows? It could just very well be the Quad Summit, Vishnu.
Let me bring in Nisha Poddar as well. Nisha, first up, yes, a final confirmation. It's down from 50% to 18%. Help us understand why this will be very, very big for Indian business.
It's from being the most punished country, now we have turned into most favored country for the largest economy, which is our biggest export market. So having the biggest market on our side is extremely critical for the fastest growing economy like India at this particular moment. This overhang going is a very big boost coming in. And let me also share a sneak peek of what the markets are going to look like, because GIFT Nifty has already started surging, and it is an indication of how Nifty 50 and the rest of the market is going to perform. So you can really take that assurance that market is going to really cheer this particular development. It removes the uncertainty in the minds of our businesses and exporters on whether or not the US market is viable for exporting or not, with such high tariffs that were really punished and put on us and now being reduced to 18 to a very minimum level, which I don't think was market was expecting. So the certainty as well as the lower tariff, both are going to be the double boosters for the market, which are not priced into the market. FII outflows have been putting a lot of pressure on our market, and also that is leading to rupee depreciation, which shows badly on the economy and shows some weakness of the economy with the currency really depreciating. So there were really a lot of factors which were really impacting and pain points for the economy, which one particular trade deal has taken care of and has really boosted and fired up on several macro factors, and not just the markets, and especially for the exporters who have been hunting for a bigger business and a bigger market to sell their products.
In fact, another reaction from the government has come in. Ashwini Vaishnav just reacting, saying US and India are world's largest democracies. Both countries are natural allies. Together, India and US have huge potential to work for peace and development. US and India have complementary strengths. Both countries can co-create technologies and co-develop solutions that will benefit the world. Trade deal between US and India will lead to a brighter future for both countries. India-US trade deal is a win-win deal. Not too many details just yet, but Ashwini Vaishnav saying it's a win-win deal. Citizens and industries of both countries will benefit greatly from this deal. And Gore, like Sergio Gore was just telling us, the way he made it sound, he said, when two great friends talk, good things happen. So it's a win-win deal for both countries, says another member of the Indian government. And apparently that's what happens when good friends talk.
In fact, what we can do, and Gore, just before you come in on that answer, is if we can just start to queue up that interview with Sergio Gore to play out once again. But Gore, go ahead with what you were saying.
Indeed, that, Padmaja, what you're saying, it actually is a win-win. At the end of the day, this is a very large trade relationship. Taking on from some of the aspects that Nisha pointed out, there's going to be a run-in for the equity markets as well, because there's now going to be a lot more certainty to India's largest trade relationship. In the last 4 years, 4 consecutive years, the India-US trade partnership has been the most consequential for us in India. And the aspiration to take it to $500 billion by 2030, that's a shared goal that both countries have, that required this trade deal to be done. And that certainty and that confidence is now going to be extremely important. And the reason why it's win-win is because, at some level, if I can use that word, Donald Trump was also facing FOMO because, we have been able to sign a deal with EU. We got the mother of all trade deals happen. This is the world's largest, economy. You have the largest consumer market. So it is also important for the American companies to be here in India. And he was also, as Nisha had pointed out earlier, there was some FOMO happening for Donald Trump and his administration as well. So the India-EU trade deal was also an important catalyst for the American trade negotiators to push through and close this deal. So it indeed is a win-win for both India and the US. India is the largest consumption market. American companies want to be here. And I think that's the way. The $500 billion shared goal is now going to get a fresh impetus.
Nisha, I also want to bring you on another point, because while we are talking about why this is a very, very big deal, how it's going to be win-win, and like you said, from being one of the most punished, now we've become the most favored country when it comes to these tariffs and the way they were slapped on various countries. The argument being made here is, and some of the political reactions that we've seen, they seem to suggest that, there is a more give by India because we've agreed to stop taking Russian oil and instead we'll start taking it from Venezuela. How do you see this narrative that is now being given, that it is a bigger take for America than it is for India?
I would still stick with the win-win deal, because for India, US market is definitely the primary market. We may be opening up the other markets, but from the corporate corridors, I have been hearing the fears about losing the US business, or if tariffs remain elevated, then the companies will have to restructure their market and mix the geographies, which may not be that lucrative for the Indian companies. That being said, equally feared are the lot of the MNCs, US MNCs, who are present in India in a big way. There are several of these IT companies. There are many, many big investors. Private equity firms have not done as well in any other part of the world than that they have done in India over the last many years. And they have really taken out a lot of money, which much more than what they had put in as FDI in our growth companies through our IPO market. Remember, India presents a very large IPO market with huge hefty returns and upside to many of the listings we have seen in especially the new age areas and other areas like pharma, consumption, where a lot of money has been put in by the US.
I'm sorry to interrupt you because the top of 12 a.m. for the viewers who are just tuning in right now, I want to bring them up to speed with what the big story that NDTV is live on right now. A trade deal has been announced between India and the United States. The first confirmation came from the US president himself. So two big things have happened. One, the India-US trade deal finally sealed and confirmed. And second, the 50% tariff that had been slapped on India is now down to 18%. And in a statement, the President of the United States said that this is thanks to the friendship between the two countries and in particular, the friendship shared between the two leaders. Vishnu.
Absolutely. And just a little while back, I spoke to the US ambassador to New Delhi, Ambassador Sergio Gore. Let's listen in to what he had to say. Well, I'm joined now on the by Ambassador Sergio Gore. Thanks very much, Ambassador Gore. Congratulations. It's been a while coming. You must be thrilled.
Congratulations both to India and to the United States. This is an incredible night for both countries. You know, since I arrived in India about a month ago, I've always said that the Prime Minister and the President have a deep friendship. And some people didn't believe that, but that is a friendship that has been developed over many years. It's a friendship that has endured, and it's ultimately what got this deal done. I've often said that the relationship between the United States and India has limitless potential. And with this trade deal now being behind us, it's an incredible thing, and it unlocks the next chapter of the relationship between our two great countries.
Ambassador Gore, is this premised on India buying Venezuelan and American oil as a way of, India stopping the import of Russian oil?
I don't want to get into too many details. I'll let the trade negotiators announce those specific details. The one thing I will say is both the Prime Minister and the President have supported bringing this conflict in Russia and Ukraine to an end. And so that's something that both sides have been in agreement on over a long time. The Prime Minister wants to see peace over there also, as does the President. And so tonight is a night to celebrate that this deal is now behind us. To put it into perspective, I will share with you that the European Union and India took 19 years to negotiate the deal. And so, people were saying, why is this taking so long? It didn't take anywhere as close or as long as the European Union. So we're thrilled by that. And again, I will say that is because of the leadership of the Prime Minister and the President.
Oh, just a point of clarification. The tariffs have come down to 18%. So, in other words, the additional tariffs placed on India's import of Russian oil have also gone away. So the total tariffs right now stand at 18%. Is that right?
The total tariff will be 18%, and that will be finalized over the next few days. There's some items that need to get signed, but the total tariffs will be at 18%.
And could you share with us any other details on when it's going to get signed? When is it all official, or is this it?
I mean, it's official. It's done. There's a few technical things that will be worked out over the next 2-3 days, but it's done. The Prime Minister and the President had an incredible phone call tonight. It lasted about 30 minutes. The Prime Minister invited the President to visit India once again. There's a lot of things that are going to restart between the two countries. And so it's an incredible night for both countries, frankly. And, the President recalled his visit to India, and he told the Prime Minister it was one of his favorite visits in his first term, and he would love to come back once again. The Prime Minister recalled his visit to the United States, including the Howdy Modi event in Texas. And so it's when two friends catch up, it's a great thing. And tonight there was a genuine phone call between two dear friends.
30 minutes is quite a period of a phone conversation between two leaders. $500 billion potentially of Indian imports across different sectors. Could you give us some more details of what you're looking at specifically? Or is that an overall target?
Look, there's a lot of companies from India that would like to purchase American products. And when President Trump came back into office, the message was America's open for business. You know, our country is in a spot today that, frankly, the last 4 years, we weren't there. And under President Trump's leadership, the United States has come back to the forefront. As you saw, I think in the last day or two, Air India is purchasing more Boeings.
Yes.
There is a 10-year deal that got signed, a 10-year pact between the United States and India on defense.
Yes.
And so there's a lot of things that are in common. We are great partners, and because of the president's leadership, because of the prime minister's leadership, that is something that we aim to take to the next level. The next 3 years will define the relationship between our two nations for several decades to come.
And a final question, Ambassador Gore, when can we expect President Trump in India or Prime Minister Modi in Washington?
You know, I don't have any dates to announce, but stay tuned. Since I've arrived in India a month ago, we've gotten a number of high-level visitors, including the Secretary of the Army, congressmen, senators. We have cabinet secretaries coming here in the next few weeks. And so now that this deal is done, one of the first things that I look forward to working on is their next meeting. And so I anticipate that happening in the next few months.
Next few months, all right. That's a big takeaway. Ambassador Sergio Gore, congratulations for pushing this home, you and your team and all of the others, the negotiators. It's great to see India and America back on an equal and even keel, hopefully with the relationship headed only one way, and that's up. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's a pleasure.
All right, so a big day. First, we had within a matter of a fortnight sealing that free trade agreement with EU, which was called the mother of all deals, and now the mother of all announcements coming close to midnight from Donald Trump on the deal that has been struck between India and the United States. Nisha Poddar continues to be with us along with my colleague Gore Dwivedi. There was a small point, Gore, that we missed earlier on that conversation between Sergio Gore and Vishnu, and how he pointedly, he underscored the point that EU and India took 19 years to seal their deal. Compared to that, for all the cynics, all the people saying that, this is taking so long, why can't India and the United States arrive at a deal? You had the US envoy himself pointing out EU and India took close to 2 decades. This is nowhere as close.
Indeed, that is nowhere as close. And it was also a very complicated trade deal that had to be identified and that had to be closed with competing concerns on both sides. Padmaja, while there is a lot of, we've told our viewers about why our agriculture and our dairy were no-go zones. On the American negotiator side also, they were very clear that their trade pact had to lead with American agricultural and American farmers' interests as well. So at the end of the day, Donald Trump's electorate is one that lives between the two coasts. And for them, opening up agriculture was important. So imagine the amount of difference that existed between the two negotiating sides, and all of that had to be overcome. And it was overcome in less than 365 days. And I just want to say one thing, that on 27th of January, India signed the India-EU trade pact. On 2nd of February, in less than a week, we've signed our second trade deal. So look at the amount of, progress and the kind of upside that we are talking about for the Indian economy. 2 mega trade pacts in 7 days.
Absolutely, and we'll begin to see the effects tomorrow itself when Nisha will tell us how the markets have reacted. Over to you, Vishnu.
All right, thanks very much, Padmaja. Thanks very much indeed. Let's just quickly go through details of what we know at this stage. The warriors, in a sense, who've made this possible. Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, they had a 30-minute phone call a little while earlier on in the evening. It was very, very good. Donald Trump came out in a Truth Social message and said that it was a great conversation and they've agreed on a trade deal. So let's bring in more details of what exactly was conveyed. The key people involved in the entire process, because in as much as a deal has been announced, there is some fine-tuning that needs to go on. That's what Sergio Gore, the US ambassador, told me a little while back. The people who would actually do that, let's go back to the previous page, Howard Lutnick, Piyush Goyal, we'd have the US Secretary of State and Foreign Minister Jaishankar as well. Let's go to the next page for more details of what this is all about. The conversation between the two leaders was described to be really, really good. So Rubio and Jaishankar, very important in this entire process. But let's get more details, go to the next point if we have those, on what might actually take place. Remember, 3 months or so, they may actually be involved in a meeting. Vinay Quatra, the Indian ambassador to the United States, Sergio Gore, who you heard just a little while back, ecstatic in a sense. He's been over here for just a couple of weeks. He's got that trade deal done. From an American standpoint, the Prime Minister has acknowledged that the deal has been done, and very soon we would get more details of that. Mr. Quatra, of course, has been a former Foreign Secretary of India as well, but these are the key officials, in addition to several trade negotiators who've been involved. It's been a long process. India has made it clear that we'll do this at a time. There was a phone call, obviously because the time was right, and in a sense I would suggest because it was India and the EU had done a big deal. The US didn't like the fact that they'd been beaten. They got down to business. That phone call sealed the deal. Padmaja.
Well, a gentle nudge, as it were, with the mother of all deals being announced right here in Delhi. And what is the outcome? Take a look at the numbers right now, Gauri, and that is why, we are again and again emphasizing on just how big this announcement today is. We will have all of the quibbles on the side. What has India conceded? What are the details? But just the fact itself that the tariffs have come down from 50% to 18%. What this basically translates into is that India now has lower tariffs compared to competing export economies. When the tariffs were slapped, what was the narrative? That our industry is going to be completely destroyed, because now when it comes to similar countries, Indonesia, Vietnam, Bangladesh, China, our tariffs are much higher. Even China was only at 34% and we were at 50%. Now do the comparison. China 34%, India 18%. Bangladesh 20%, India 18%. Vietnam 20%, India 18%. Indonesia 19% and India lower than Indonesia as well. India is at 18%, like we were discussing earlier. From the most punished, now we have come to most favored. Massive.
Indeed, it's a huge breakthrough in terms of our trade negotiations, and it's really going to reflect in the amount it offers in terms of upside to our sectors, and some sectors that will really be leading the way, which actually have a lot of exposure to the American market, gems and jewelry, and even a labor-intensive sectors like toys, footwear, textiles. All of them actually have a huge amount of focus and exposure to the American market. And, I'm going to refer you to one important comment that, in fact, Piyush Goyal had made in an interview to NDTV, in fact, to Vishnu, where he had said that till now, the Indian exporters of textiles were hugely disadvantaged vis-a-vis Bangladesh because of their least developed status, and also that allowed them to have much lower duties. With these now set of trade deals being in place, Indian textile exporters actually now have a huge advantage. And the reason why I'm mentioning textile is because Bangladesh has 12% share in the global textile supply chain. So that is just one sector, one example, the kind of upside this particular trade pact now offers. My now hope and optimism really is that does this now translate into a larger pact towards mobility, towards immigration, towards those contentious, difficult conversations around visa as well.
All right, we've got an important statement, Gauri. I'm just interrupting for half a sec. Some breaking news coming in. We've got a statement from Ambassador Vinay Quatra, India's ambassador to Washington, D.C. A big win. He's got win, W-I-N, in capital letters, for a consequential partnership under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and President Trump. India and the US announce a trade deal, creating vast new opportunities for the two economies and the people of our two great nations. Today's announcements herald an exciting new phase in our partnership. So he's actually quote tweeted the Prime Minister. He's added more details over there. So, he's been a key player in this entire process, and I think it's an important statement because, he says it's a done deal, right? Sergio Gore also mentioned it's a done deal, and whatever else has to be signed, we'll have to wait and see. Now, I spoke to Piyush Goyal, the Commerce Minister, earlier on this entire process of talks with the EU and the Americans. Here's what he said. You are also negotiating a trade deal with America. That's not happened yet, but you are talking very actively. There have been some reactions. For example, Mr. Besant has not had the nicest things to say, saying that European nations went ahead and got into a trade deal with India and are willy-nilly helping the Russians in the war against Ukraine. I found these remarks to be a bit strange because we happen to be talking to America as well. Is this a case of sour grapes?
No, we are having very good discussions with the United States of America. I'm in regular contact with my counterparts, and I think we'll have an equally robust, equally good deal with the United States of America quite soon.
Are you, and I'm sorry to sort of persist with this, but are there fundamental differences which is why we are delayed in this?
No, I don't think so. I think we're coming closer to hopefully conclude a good deal in the near future.
And are you going to give me a time period? Vishnu, in 6 months, I'm telling you right now, it'll be done.
Vishnu, you must have heard me on so many interviews and public comments. We never negotiate with a deadline. Never. Even the EU deal. I was under no pressure whatsoever from my Prime Minister, as was Maros under no pressure from his leader, that we have to do it by the 27th.
All right, so just a couple of days back, we were very close is what Piyush Goyal had to say. And I did ask him that question about a reaction from Scott Bessent in the United States on India's deal with the EU. The Americans weren't happy. Voila, Trump and Modi get on the phone, speak for 30 minutes, and it's done. I think we have to thank the EU as well, Padmaja, in a little way at least.
100%. Sometimes it just takes a little nudge to get someone over the line with all this prevarication and this back and forth and a little bit of, these gentle threats that were being issued by America every now and then to try and get India to soften. But we pretty much held our ground for all of these months. And like Sergio Gore said, they also want to make a point that this is not something that was terribly long drawn. In less than a year, Aditya Rajkol joins us on the broadcast. Yep. We have managed to seal the deal. And while we don't have the granular details right now, what are your sources telling you about what all would be included in this deal eventually?
Well, not much is known on the finer details, Padmaja, but this is a win-win deal that the government of India is dubbing. We saw Ashwani Vaishnaw. Now we have seen Indian ambassador to US, Ambassador Vinay Mohan Kwatra, also taking to social media saying that this is a win-win for the kind of economic opportunities this will create for both US and India. Of course, Ambassador Gore spoke to Vishnu just a few minutes ago, very excited. His tone really said that this is a win-win situation for both the countries. Tomorrow morning is the day that we could get possibly some more details. One, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to speak at 9:45 to his party colleagues. And later in the day, inside the parliament, we could expect either a statement of intent from S. Jaishankar. He's not there, but in his place, his junior minister, or perhaps Piyush Goyal, the Commerce Minister himself, could address the parliament and give finer details of how this is a win-win situation. One of the top concerns would be the agriculture sector and the dairy sector, because that has been traditionally a no-go area. The interests of the farmers have been paramount, that Prime Minister has been speaking in detail about. In the India-EU deal also, we had largely agriculture sector and the dairy sector completely away from this trade deal. But what will the final print of the US-India trade deal say about that? On the Russian oil front, also a big statement from Donald Trump that India has agreed to not buy any more Russian oil, but focus and diversify into Venezuelan oil as well. That will be a win-win situation for Donald Trump, because he's been focusing a lot on the Venezuelan oil. He had meetings with the top executives on the Venezuelan oil. So that will be one of the critical points as well. So, but as of now, it's a win-win situation, diplomatically speaking. Within a year of the tariffs fiasco, initially 25%, then 50%, and now reduced to 18%. And overall in Asia, if we study the pattern of the different countries, I think it's the lowest tariff at this moment. Countries like Indonesia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Vietnam, and others have 19% and above. So that is something that the parliament, inside the parliament, the government of India will speak in detail about. So overall, I think there is a mood of joy at this moment between these countries, but the final print still awaited, perhaps in the next few hours.
All right, so let's just take another final look this evening at what Ambassador Sergio Gore had to tell me. He mentioned it was a 30-minute conversation, and I think, 3 odd months we could see Trump here or some sort of meeting between the two leaders. Listen in. Well, I'm joined now on the phone by Ambassador Sergio Gore. Thanks very much, Ambassador Gore. Congratulations. It's been a while coming. You must be thrilled.
Congratulations both to India and to the United States. This is an incredible night for both countries. Since I arrived in India about a month ago, I've always said that the Prime Minister and the President have a deep friendship. And some people didn't believe that, but that is a friendship that has been developed over many years. It's a friendship that has endured, and it's ultimately what got this deal done. I've often said that the relationship between the United States and India has limitless potential. And with this trade deal now being behind us, it's an incredible thing, and it unlocks the next chapter of the relationship between our two great countries.
Ambassador Gore, is this premised on India buying Venezuelan and American oil as a way of, India stopping the import of Russian oil?
I don't want to get into too many details. I'll let the trade negotiators announce those specific details. The one thing I will say is both the Prime Minister and the President have supported bringing this conflict in Russia and Ukraine to an end. And so that's something that both sides have been in agreement on over a long time. The Prime Minister wants to see peace over there also, as does the President. And so tonight is a night to celebrate that this deal is now behind us. To put it into perspective, I will share with you that the European Union and India took 19 years to negotiate the deal. And so, people were saying, why is this taking so long? It didn't take anywhere as close or as long as the European Union. So we're thrilled by that. And again, I will say that is because of the leadership of the Prime Minister and the President.
Oh, just a point of clarification. The tariffs have come down to 18%. So, in other words, the additional tariffs placed on India's import of Russian oil have also gone away. So, the total tariffs right now stand at 18%. Is that right?
The total tariff will be 18%, and that will be finalized over the next few days. There's some items that need to get signed, but the total tariffs will be at 18%.
And could you share with us any other details on when it's going to get signed? When is it all official, or is this it?
I mean, it's official. It's done. There's a few technical things that will be worked out over the next 2-3 days, but it's done. The Prime Minister and the President had an incredible phone call tonight. It lasted about 30 minutes. The Prime Minister invited the President to visit India once again. There's a lot of things that are going to restart between the two countries. And so it's an incredible night for both countries, frankly. And, the President recalled his visit to India, and he told the Prime Minister it was one of his favorite visits in his first term, and he would love to come back once again. The Prime Minister recalled his visit to the United States, including the Howdy Modi event in Texas. And so when two friends catch up, it's a great thing. And tonight there was a genuine phone call between two dear friends.
30 minutes is quite a period of a phone conversation between two leaders. $500 billion potentially of Indian imports across different sectors. Could you give us some more details of what you're looking at specifically? Or is that an overall target?
Look, there's a lot of companies from India that would like to purchase American products. And when President Trump came back into office, the message was America's open for business. Our country is in a spot today that, frankly, the last 4 years, we weren't there. And under President Trump's leadership, the United States has come back to the forefront. As you saw, I think in the last day or two, Air India is purchasing more Boeings.
Yes.
There is a 10-year deal that got signed a 10-year pact between the United States and India on defense.
Yes.
And so there's a lot of things that are in common. We are great partners, and because of the president's leadership, because of the prime minister's leadership, that is something that we aim to take to the next level. The next 3 years will define the relationship between our two nations for several decades to come.
And a final question, Ambassador Gore, when can we expect President Trump in India or Prime Minister Modi in Washington?
You know, I don't have any dates to announce, but stay tuned. Since I've arrived in India a month ago, we've gotten a number of high-level visitors, including the Secretary of the Army, congressmen, senators. We have cabinet secretaries coming here in the next few weeks. And so now that this deal is done, one of the first things that I look forward to working on is their next meeting. And so I anticipate that happening in the next few months.
Next few months, all right. That's a big takeaway. Ambassador Sergio Gore, congratulations for pushing this home, you and your team and all of the others, the negotiators. It's great to see India and America back on an equal and even keel, hopefully with the relationship headed only one way, and that's up. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's a pleasure.
All right, and the Indian minister who's really led this, Piyush Goyal, has just tweeted. He says lots of things. I'm just going to read out a small part because it's important detail. This agreement unlocks unprecedented opportunities for farmers, MSMEs, entrepreneurs and skilled workers to make in India for the world, design in India for the world, innovate in India for the world. It'll help India get technology from the US. It is not just a trade deal, it is a historic turning point that will reshape India-US relations and accelerate our journey towards a Viksit Bharat 2047. So after so much trouble, so many issues, it's a mega deal. I think that's what India and the US have achieved. Somewhat belatedly, but it's there, and let's see what the contours are. For the moment, from all of us here, good night.
RF1. Check 1 2 3 4 5 6. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. Okay. And RF2 check करो. Check 1 2 3 4 5 6. Check 1 2. 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 Check. Okay. And 2BB. 2B. Yeah. Clear. And on पर पड़ेगा ना के बैटरी 3 बिल करो. Yeah. Everyone RF3 मध्ये चेक करूया. Check 1 2. 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 Check. Check 1 2 3 4 5 6. Check 1 2 3 4 5. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. 7 8 ठीक अच्छे ना. देखो. Check 1 2 3 4 5 6. Check 1 2. 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 Check. Check 1 2 3 4 5 6. Check 1 2 3 4 5 6. Yeah. Okay. check 1 2, 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 check 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 check. आपको तब तक हाँ clear clear clear. 1B.
Well, the world is waking up, and so are the stories and deals shaping it. I'm Arjun Samar Mahindran, and here are the headlines this Tuesday morning. India-US finalized trade deal. Trump slashes tariffs against India from 50 to 18%. PM Modi hails tariff reduction by US, adds people benefit when two large democracies work together. An Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner grounded after its fuel control switch failed to stay in the run position twice and moved to cutoff during engine startup. The flight AI 132 came from Heathrow to Bengaluru on Monday. Defence debate blows up in the parliament. Storm over Lok Sabha. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi's comments on former army chief's unpublished book. Rahul Gandhi alleges PM uncomfortable over the book. Centre hits back. And the big cricket showdown continues over T20 World Cup match. ICC prepares bouncer for Pakistan after the latter boycotts T20 match against India. Big question now, can bankrupt Pakistan afford this boycott? A top focus this morning. Now, shortly after the mother of all deals was agreed with the European Union, US President Donald Trump has now confirmed that India-US trade deal has finally been agreed. PM Modi hailed the tariff reductions from the US, saying that Trump's leadership is crucial for global peace. Not only this, he also congratulated Trump, saying that when two large democracies work together, it's the people who finally benefit. Now, Trump, in his typical style, as we know, took to his Truth Social account, announcing that US will be reducing the prevailing tariffs to 18% from a whopping 50% earlier. He also claimed that PM Modi has committed to stop buying Russian oil and to also start buying American. Through this agreement, the reciprocal tariffs imposed on India have essentially been lowered to 18%. This while securing breathing room for domestic reforms and also securing export gains for Indian manufacturing and services. Listen into this conversation between US Ambassador to India Sergio Gore and my colleague Vishnu Shrom, followed by a deal lowdown by NDTV World's Kate Fisher, straight from Washington, D.C.
Well, I'm joined now on the phone by Ambassador Sergio Gore. Thanks very much, Ambassador Gore. Congratulations. It's been a while coming. You must be thrilled.
Congratulations both to India and to the United States. This is an incredible night for both countries. You know, since I arrived in India about a month ago, I've always said that the Prime Minister and the President have a deep friendship. And some people didn't believe that, but that is a friendship that has been developed over many years. It's a friendship that has endured, and it's ultimately what got this deal done. I've often said that the relationship between the United States and India has limitless potential. And with this trade deal now being behind us, it's an incredible thing, and it unlocks the next chapter of the relationship between our two great countries.
Ambassador Gore, is this premised on India buying Venezuelan and American oil as a way of, India stopping the import of Russian oil?
I don't want to get into too many details. I'll let the trade negotiators announce those specific details. The one thing I will say is both the Prime Minister and the President have supported bringing this conflict in Russia and Ukraine to an end. And so that's something that both sides have been in agreement on over a long time. The Prime Minister wants to see peace over there also, as does the President. And so tonight is a night to celebrate that this deal is now behind us. To put it into perspective, I will share with you that the European Union and India took 19 years to negotiate the deal. And so, people were saying, why is this taking so long? It didn't take anywhere as close or as long as the European Union. So we're thrilled by that. And again, I will say that is because of the leadership of the Prime Minister and the President.
Just a point of clarification, the tariffs have come down to 18%. So, in other words, the additional tariffs placed on India's import of Russian oil have also gone away. So the total tariffs right now stand at 18%, is that right?
the total tariff will be 18%, and that will be finalized over the next few days. There's some items that need to get signed, but the total tariffs will be at 18%.
And could you share with us any other details on when it's going to get signed? When is it all official, or is this it?
I mean, it's official. It's done. There's a few technical things that will be worked out over the next 2-3 days, but it's done. The Prime Minister and the President had an incredible phone call tonight. It lasted about 30 minutes. The Prime Minister invited the President to visit India once again. There's a lot of things that are going to restart between the two countries. And so it's an incredible night for both countries, frankly. And, the President recalled his visit to India, and he told the Prime Minister it was one of his favorite visits in his first term, and he would love to come back once again. The Prime Minister recalled his visit to the United States, including the Howdy Modi event in Texas. And so it's when two friends catch up, it's a great thing. And tonight there was a genuine phone call between two dear friends.
30 minutes is quite a period of a phone conversation between two leaders. $500 billion potentially of Indian imports across different sectors. Could you give us some more details of what you're looking at specifically? Or is that an overall target?
Look, there's a lot of companies from India that would like to purchase American products. And when President Trump came back into office, the message was America's open for business. Our country is in a spot today that, frankly, the last 4 years, we weren't there. And under President Trump's leadership, the United States has come back to the forefront. As you saw, I think in the last day or two, Air India is purchasing more Boeings.
Yes.
There is a 10-year deal that got signed, a 10-year pact between the United States and India on defense.
Yes.
And so there's a lot of things that are in common. We are great partners, and because of the President's leadership, because of the Prime Minister's leadership, that is something that we aim to take to the next level. The next 3 years will define the relationship between our two nations for several decades to come.
And a final question, Ambassador Gore, when can we expect President Trump in India or Prime Minister Modi in Washington?
I don't have any dates to announce, but stay tuned. Since I've arrived in India a month ago, we've gotten a number of high-level visitors, including the Secretary of the Army, congressmen, senators. We have cabinet secretaries coming here in the next few weeks. And so now that this deal is done, one of the first things that I look forward to working on is their next meeting. And so I anticipate that happening in the next few months.
Next few months, all right. That's a big takeaway. Ambassador Sergio Gore, congratulations for pushing this home, you and your team and all of the others, the negotiators. It's great to see India and America back on an equal and even keel, hopefully with the relationship headed only one way, and that's up. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's a pleasure.
US President Donald Trump broke news of the deal on social media following a phone call with the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Tariffs on Indian products will drop from 25 to 18%, while the president said that US goods will enter India tariff-free. But he didn't specify when this would start. Indeed, the post was scant on detail, and the White House has not followed up with more. The breakthrough seems to have come with Prime Minister Modi's promise to stop buying Russian oil and instead buy much more from the US or, as Donald Trump suggested, also from Venezuela. The president says that Mr. Modi has also committed to, quote, buy American, and that was in full capital letters, along with an additional $500 billion to be spent on US energy, technology, agriculture and coal. Although in his post, the Prime Minister made no mention of either the oil or the extra investment. Now, previous trade deals with other major Asian trading partners like Japan and South Korea have included commitments to invest hundreds of billions of dollars into US industries. But the India announcement did not mention any specific investments. It will be a tall task for India to end its import of Russian oil, given that it makes up more than a third of India's overall oil imports. But President Trump said that Prime Minister Modi had agreed to replace India's Russian crude imports with oil from Venezuela and the US.
Well, you heard the US Ambassador Sergio Gore himself underlining that the next 3 years of India-US ties will be pivotal to the future of this relationship. Meanwhile, let's now quickly take you through what all, and most importantly, where all does India stand to gain from this deal. First and foremost, US reciprocal tariffs have been cut from 50% to 18%, as you see right here on this video wall behind me. Now, this essentially means that the US has reduced its tariff on Indian goods from a punitive high, previously up to 50%, to a new 18% rate. Next up, there'll be faster access for Indian exports to US markets. Lower tariffs mean Indian-made products make more cost competitive entering the US. This will help in shorten customs-induced delays and other associated costs that come along with it. Moving on, export gains for Indian and manufacturing and services. Now, reduced US duties can very well revive growth in India's export industries, hit, as we know, by prior high tariffs, up to the tune of 50%, as I was just mentioning. Now, energy security via diversified oil and gas sources. Now, as part of this pact, very importantly, India has agreed purportedly to diversify crude supply and also reduce reliance on Russian oil imports. Now, this shift opens US crude and also LNG as more dependable energy sources for India. Energy diversification reduces geopolitical risk. Not too much here. Broadening energy partner shields India from disruptions which are linked to single source dependencies that we've seen in the past. Moving on, this also secures breathing room for domestic reforms. Very important point here. Easing trade pressures now gives New Delhi more economic space to, in fact, advance structural reforms back at home. The deal emerges, India emerges as deal maker after twin trade deals. Now, India's ability to clinch major agreements with both the US and the European Union very well strengthens and bolsters its global trade position. Global diplomatic edge on the Russia-Ukraine war. Well, India's willingness to curtail Russian oil imports also bolsters its diplomatic leverage on the global stage and long-term stability in bilateral trade relations. Now, we all know a stable tariff framework, of course, helps reduce sudden rate swings and also improves predictability for businesses. This eventually paves the way for deeper cooperation and, of course, scaling of India-US economic ties fell into the future, as the ambassador we come back to was mentioning to my colleague Vishnu Shom. And with that, it's time we step into a short break. Much more lined up on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
We got breaking news coming in from Washington, where President Donald Trump has weighed in on the Russia-Ukraine war. He's claimed to have settled 8 wars, also saying that he's doing very well with Ukraine and Russia. Now, Trump's latest comments come at the back of the Ukrainian team on its way to Abu Dhabi for that second phase of the trilateral meet between Russia, Ukraine and the United States, scheduled for Wednesday and Thursday this week. Well, it's time we slip into another short break. News and updates continue on the other side. Don't you go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
Headlines are shifting, stories are unfolding, and yes, deals are being made. I'm Arjun Samar Mahindran, and here are the headlines at 7 a.m. this Tuesday. India-US finalized trade deal. Trump slashes tariffs against New Delhi from 50 to 18%. PM Modi hails tariff reduction by US, adds people benefit when two large democracies work together. An Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner grounded after its fuel control switch failed to stay in the run position twice and moved to cut off during engine startup. The flight AI 132 came from Heathrow to Bengaluru on Monday. Defence debate blows up in Parliament. Storm over Lok Sabha Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi's comments on former army chief's unpublished book. Rahul Gandhi alleges PM uncomfortable over the book. Centre hits back. And the big cricket showdown continues over T20 World Cup match. ICC prepares bouncer for Pakistan after the latter boycotts T20 match against India. Can bankrupt Pakistan afford the boycott? The top focus this Tuesday morning on NDTV viewers. Now, shortly after the mother of all deals was agreed with the European Union, US President Donald Trump has now confirmed that India-US trade deal has finally been agreed upon. PM Modi has hailed the tariff reductions from the US, saying that Trump's leadership is crucial for global peace. He also congratulated Trump, needless to say, saying that when two large democracies work together, it's the people who eventually benefit. Now, Trump, in his typical style, took to Truth Social, announcing that the US will be reducing the prevailing tariffs to 18%. Not only this, he also claimed that PM Modi has committed to stop buying Russian oil and to start buying American instead. Now, through this agreement, the reciprocal tariffs imposed on India have also been lowered to 18% from the whopping 50% we were seeing for over a year now, while securing breathing room for domestic reforms and also securing export gains for Indian manufacturing and services. Meanwhile, listen into this conversation between US Ambassador to India Sergio Gore and my colleague Vishnu Shom.
Ambassador Gore, is this premised on India buying Venezuelan and American oil as a way of India stopping the import of Russian oil?
I don't want to get into too many details. I'll let the trade negotiators announce those specific details. The one thing I will say is both the Prime Minister and the President have supported bringing this conflict in Russia and Ukraine to an end. And so that's something that both sides have been in agreement on over a long time. The Prime Minister wants to see peace over there also, as does the President. And so tonight is a night to celebrate that this deal is now behind us. To put it into perspective, I will share with you that the European Union and India took 19 years to negotiate the deal. And so, people were saying, why is this taking so long? It didn't take anywhere as close or as long as the European Union. So we're thrilled by that. And again, I will say that is because of the leadership of the Prime Minister and the President.
Oh, just a point of clarification. The tariffs have come down to 18%. So, in other words, the additional tariffs placed on India's import of Russian oil have also gone away. So the total tariffs right now stand at 18%. Is that right?
The total tariff will be 18%, and that will be finalized over the next few days. There's some items that need to get signed, but the total tariffs will be at 18%.
Well, there you have it, Sergio Gore speaking exclusively to my colleague Vishnu Shom. Now, Donald Trump has also purportedly said that India will stop its oil purchases from Russia and start buying American and oil from Venezuela instead. My colleague Kate Fisher gets you the latest on this from Washington, D.C.
US President Donald Trump broke news of the deal on social media following a phone call with the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Tariffs on Indian products will drop from 25 to 18%, while the president said that US goods will enter India tariff-free. But he didn't specify when this would start. Indeed, the post was scant on detail, and the White House has not followed up with more. The breakthrough seems to have come with Prime Minister Modi's promise to stop buying Russian oil and instead buy much more from the US or, as Donald Trump suggested, also from Venezuela. The president says that Mr. Modi has also committed to, quote, buy American, and that was in full capital letters, along with an additional $500 billion to be spent on US energy, technology, agriculture and coal. Although in his post, the Prime Minister made no mention of either the oil or the extra investment. Now, previous trade deals with other major Asian trading partners like Japan and South Korea have included commitments to invest hundreds of billions of dollars into US industries. But the India announcement did not mention any specific investments. It will be a tall task for India to end its import of Russian oil, given that it makes up more than a third of India's overall oil imports. But President Trump said that Prime Minister Modi had agreed to replace India's Russian crude imports with oil from Venezuela and the US.
While we await an official response from the MEA on Trump's claim of India totally stopping to purchase Russian oil and starting to buy Venezuelan oil, my colleague Vishal Vivek now quickly takes you through what all, and most importantly, where all does India stand to gain from this trade agreement. Vishal, take it away.
Colleague Kate was right when she said that the deal is scant on details, but we have some things that we can look at. The first one, of course, would be the fact that the whole tariffs, the overall tariffs have been reduced from 50% to 18%. That's what we have up on screen. And faster access for Indian exports to US market. This will be one of the key components of the deal when Indian companies would have access to the US market. That would mean diversification of the markets for Indian companies. That's a big positive sign for Indian companies. Export gains for Indian manufacturing and services. Export gains would mean many companies that have been standing in line to increase their exports to the US side, they will have fresh opportunities to do so. This will be one of the biggest points of the whole deal. Energy security via diversified oil and gas sources. This is one of the most key points because India has mostly been reliant on the Russian side for the oil imports. This would mean diversification because Trump has claimed that India can buy oil from US and possibly Venezuela. Energy diversification reduces geopolitical risk. This is also a crucial point because India, as I mentioned, is reliant on Russian oil. That has sort of bent India towards the Russian side on the geopolitical stage. This would mean diversification, and that would mean balance in trade deals and other deals for the Indian side. Moving on, there will be global diplomatic edge, and also the fact that this emerges as this positions India as a deal maker after twin trade deals, because remember in the last 1 year or so there have been at least 3 trade deals actually. India-UK deal, India-EU deal, and now this deal, which we have the first stage. The remaining stage remains. The global diplomatic edge on Russia-Ukraine war has also been established because, as I mentioned, India is one of the few countries that had a unique stand on the global stage as far as the Ukraine war is concerned. This further pushes that narrative and long-term stability in bilateral trade relations. So this is what the long-term, bilateral trade relations could be looking at. But so far, this is only the first stage. The remaining conversations remain. So we'll have to look at all of that. Back to you.
Well, my colleague Vishal telling us what India stands to gain from this deal which has been announced. Of course, we are waiting for the fine print, most importantly, to still come out. But on that, NDTV Profit's managing editor Tamanna Inamdar also joins us on this broadcast. Tamanna, first and foremost, which Indian sectors are likely to benefit from this cut and which Indian industries might actually lose out on this deal?
I think it's a win-win, Arjun. This is the deal that the Indian markets, industry, corporates have been waiting for the better half of the last 6 months. Right. And across the board, there's going to be a sentimental positive. As far as the sectors are concerned, think about export-oriented, export-facing sectors. So textiles, leather, gems and jewelry, some food products like rice, etc., especially basmati. This was what could have been hit and was getting hit with an effective 50% tariff. Now, these get an immediate boost, but it's the here and now. And I would like to draw your attention to what Indian markets are going to look like this morning. The implied open for the Nifty is looking at maybe a 700-point jump up. So think about all of the pain that the markets have been seeing in the last 2 or 3 months gets wiped out maybe this morning if the implied open pairs out how it is. You also have to look at it in relative basis, because while some sectors will benefit, what is India's effective tariff versus nations in the neighborhood? So Indonesia has a 19% tariff, Vietnam 20%, Bangladesh 20%, and importantly China 34% with the US. So India at 18% is sitting pretty right now. I mean, this is a deal that came maybe later than most would have hoped for, but it's definitely one which is a win-win on both sides.
Very important point you raised there about the markets, which was, in fact, my next question to you, Tamanna. Now, another important question that springs up here is what investors should be looking and rather watching once the deal details emerge. Of course, we're waiting for them to come out, but what are those one or multiple key points that investors should keep a specific focus on?
You know, frankly, the nitty-gritties and the detailing of the deal is not going to matter much to market sentiments. The way markets work is that they discount the news or they react to the news as soon as it comes in. So the inking of the deal and the actual of the deals may take some time. And unless there are some devil in those details, you're going to see the first reaction at 9:15 this morning and at 9 a.m. when the pre-open session begins. So you're going to have a huge gap up opening. That is very, very likely, because this was the last bit that wasn't working out from Indians' perspective. Foreign investors have been selling from Indian markets consistently over the last 2 or 3 months. And now they have a reason to come back to the China plus one kind of a model in terms of investments. The geopolitical isolationism, which was a concern as far as India as a market goes, is now out of the question, right? We have this great deal with the European Union, we have a deal with America, and there is enough reason for foreign investors to come back. As far as investors are concerned, they have to now maybe look at which companies and which stocks are rising the most and look at maybe booking out profits after a few days.
Yeah. Well, I'm also joined by NDTV Profit's executive editor, Nisha Poddar. Now, Nisha, we've seen US demands on sectors like data, agriculture, even IPR for that matter. Now, do these demands, as we've seen from Trump's status there, including that $500 billion purported investment in energy, do these demands complicate or could they complicate the next phase of this deal?
So in this, it was clearly visible that oil politics and oil diplomacy of the US was one of the prime factors which really pushed US to actually sign a deal quickly with India in this particular respect. And that was also one of the most important standoff points between India as well as the US, where India earlier came out as a much stronger nation looking out for the interests of its own people and buying Russian oil. So that was one of the biggest constraints. And therefore, with India really agreeing to stop using Russian oil and also recalibrate its purchases and go more for US oil as well as Venezuelan oil and assets, which is under US control, that really turned the tide in favor of this particular transaction happening. Also remember that with European Union, we have done mother of all trades. And that was also one of the tipping points, because somewhere, as jokingly said, that US had a FOMO when it comes to the India trade deal. So the standoff, in fact, two important aspects that came out from the US narrative and the comments that have been made by the US ambassador One was that Sergio Gore, when he was in India, he made a very famously known comment that we are good friends with India. And that really turned the tide on the market, and it was quite visible at that time that this uncertainty is expected to go. Yesterday, after clarifying the tariff situation that it is from 50 to 18, Sergio Gore also made a mention that with EU, India took 19 years to sign a deal, while with the US, it is still much shorter. Remember, it is from April last year that the overhang of uncertainty of US tariff has been hanging on India's economy as well as manufacturers and exporters. And this comes in as a very, very big clarity. And the overhang of this uncertainty going in is going to be one of the biggest boosters for the Indian market and also economy at large, where we were struggling with the biggest market for India, that is the US market. And now with 18%, we are looking like we are one of the most trusted allies of US with this kind of lower rates, which is very competitive compared to the rest of the world.
A very important point you raised there, Nisha. I'll take it across to Tamanna there. Now, Tamanna, could this speed up the China plus one shift to India?
No, definitely. From the perspective of global foreign investors, what was happening so far is that every global investment house has an emerging market fund. And India's share in that fund was beginning to shrink for a couple of reasons. Also, remember, this is going to have a positive impact on the rupee. Watch out for how the rupee opens this morning. As the rupee was depreciating, any investments in India were becoming less beneficial, because when you pull them out, you're actually losing currency and in that exchange rate. So you have more and more reason for foreign investors to come back. And while we have a very strong cohort of domestic investors, all of us pay our SIPs every month, that is what has saved the Indian markets thus far. With the foreign investors coming back as well, which now they have enough reason to, and I'm talking about basically investment and hot money right now, this is going to be great for markets. On the China plus one factor, even from a point of view of large buyers, I'm not talking about stock markets now, I'm talking about large buyers, makes sense to buy from India because you have a better rate than China, which is around 30%. You're at 18%. You're a more trusted partner geopolitically as well. And now inking of this deal has made it clear that India-US trade relations and the relationship between the two nations, which has been a long-standing bench strength, is now only improving. So the China plus one factor also becomes very important, and the outflow of money, which was going from emerging market buckets out of India and maybe towards China, could now start coming back.
Right. Nisha, I'd come to you now, playing the devil's advocate, as we always do. Now, in the absence of any long-term treaty, how vulnerable is this current deal? As we've seen Trump's flip-flops over this year and in his first term as well. So how vulnerable exactly is this deal in the absence of any long-term treaty?
That's right. But any of these US tariff deals will need now. It is just the deal that is signed, and the headline figures have really come out. Like in the case of EU, when we had checked with the experts, there is a whole mechanism of every word, the language that is used in the tariff negotiations, and every data that gets negotiated and also goes through legal scrubbing, which in case of the European Union treaty and the trade deal will take 6 months. So it should take a few months for the legal scrubbing and for clarity on the kind of wording and language that comes out. But if you ask me that will it be vulnerable with the flip-flop that Trump has shown, unless something very big really takes place globally, chances are minimum, because for India, US is a large market, the largest economy in the world, for the fastest growing economy in the world is important. But equally important is for US the Indian market, because we are a growth market where many MNCs from US are present here. They have been doing business here. And when I have been speaking to those multinational companies based out of US who have a huge presence in India, and and see their growth potential, they remember, have been feared, they have been scared about losing India business because of the way the India-US tensions were escalating when it came to the tariff war. And so the MNCs, there is a huge market, there are huge lobbyists from the corporate world in the US who also wanted and pushed the US government to really come to a conclusion with India, because they cannot afford to lose the Indian market for their business potential. So it's a win-win from both the sides. It is not any one party which has made any desperate attempt. India actually stood its ground because it knows how important the Indian economy is for the US. So it's a win-win for both. Chances of this derailing in future could be minimal, but yes, flip-flop taken, because unpredictable nature of Trump is one thing to be watched out for as a risk factor.
Well, there you have it, the bottom line, viewers. It's a win-win, or so it seems. And of course, we're all waiting for the details which are expected to come out sooner than later. Nisha and Tamanna from NDTV Profit getting us the latest on this story. Meanwhile, now let's show you where tariffs on other countries stand with respect to India. First up, we have India with a renewed 18% tariff. Now, the US has agreed in a recent trade deal only last evening, right around midnight, to cut its tariff on Indian imports to about 18%, down from a whopping 50% to deepen economic ties. Now, next up, we have for you Brazil. Brazil faces one of the highest US reciprocal tariffs, around 50%. Under the Trump tariff system. Now, the rate reflects US efforts to pressure large exporters and address trade imbalances. And how can we forget China when we're talking about trade and tariffs imposed? Now, Beijing is hit with significantly elevated US tariffs, around 37%. Now, it's part of ongoing trade disputes and supply chain adjustments as well. These high tariffs are also, by the way, aimed at reducing US trade deficit and encouraging domestic manufacturing. From China, we take you over to Canada in the Western Hemisphere, where Canadian goods now, in fact, face approximately 35% tariffs under US reciprocal duty plans. Now, this high rate is a part of broader shift from previous trade deals, reflecting Trump's America First preferences. From Canada, we travel to South Africa, whose exports, in fact, are subjected to about 31st tariffs under Trump's 2.0 policy. Now, this also puts a heavy cost on South African goods entering the US, especially manufactured products that are manufactured inside South Africa and, in fact, are exported to the US. We shift our focus to Southeast Asia. We come to Vietnam, which faces roughly around 20% tariffs on its exports to the US. Now, this reflects that the US is responding to significant trade surpluses Vietnam holds with it. Finally, we move on to the big one, the European Union. It's seeing around an average of 15% tariff on exported goods under Trump's reciprocal tariff regime. Now, these tariffs apply to a wide range or a wide array of products despite long-standing trade cooperation. Speaking of Japan, the country's exports are subject to about similar 15% US tariffs, comparable to several other US allies, just like the European Union, as I was just mentioning. Now, the rate reflects Trump's broader policy even towards its strategic partners. Speaking of strategic partners, we get United Kingdom next for you, which has one of the lower US tariff rates, around 10% under the current tariff list. Now, this relatively light tariff signals strong bilateral trade terms compared with some other emerging markets we just showed you, which are also a part of Trump's tariff list. Meanwhile, we get you some reactions from top global experts on this deal.
Clearly, I think it'll give the two sides something to be very happy about. It'll provide, I think, for a good news story, so to speak, at a moment when these high-level engagements between the U.S. and India in recent months have so often been, feature these caveats about how the relationship is in tough shape and that the two sides need to try to work to make things better. Now you have a success story in the form of a trade deal. And I really don't know, again, if Jaishankar's visit is tied to this. I mean, he's, of course, here to discuss other matters, such as critical minerals. But I do think that it's an indication that this relationship is getting closer to being back where both sides, at the end of the day, want it to be.
Well, we got breaking news coming in from National Capital, where the Congress has now taken a jibe out at the centre over the India-US trade deal. It's actually taken a dig over Trump's post on his Truth Social account a little before midnight last evening. It's asking, when did India outsource trade announcements to the US? Not only this, it's also questioning the centre, or taking it on over asking what happened to India's strategic autonomy. Congress leader Manish Tiwari joins us for more on this. Mr. Tiwari, as we all know, the details, the fine print is still yet to come out, and Donald Trump has a history of taking to its Truth Social account every time he talks to a world leader. So what's the big issue here?
So are you doubting what President Trump has put out on Truth Social? Is that the position of NDTV?
NDTV is
if that is
waiting.
the position, if that is the position of NDTV, then there's nothing more to say.
No, we're waiting for the MEA to respond to what the US president has posted on his Truth Social account, sir.
Well, it's been 10 hours since President Trump has posted on his Truth Social account. And if what he's saying is correct, then it has serious implications for India's strategic autonomy. Essentially, he's saying that India will not buy oil from Russia. India will buy oil instead from Venezuela. There would be 18% tariff on Indian imports to the US. There will be zero tariffs on American exports to India. There will be no non-tariff barriers. India will buy $500 billion worth of energy, coal, and other agricultural products. Well, essentially, he is laying out the contours of what he thinks is the conversation that he had with his interlocutor. So under those circumstances, I think the government will need to answer Parliament as to whether this is what has been agreed between India and the United States. And if this has been, or these are the contours of the agreement, then it has very serious implications on India's strategic autonomy.
Well, as I was just mentioning, Mr. Tiwari, how's this outsourcing trade announcement? Donald Trump has purportedly made a claim on his Truth Social account. We have not heard from the MEA. We don't have the fine print. You mentioned the $500 billion purported investment in energy. We don't know through how many years will this investment be made. What is the fine print? So without having the fine print, how can we jump the gun and allege the government or anyone of outsourcing trade announcements?
Well, this is exactly the point. If what President Trump has said is incorrect, then there should have been a clarification from the Ministry of External Affairs right away. And that has not happened. And there has been dead silence from the Ministry of External Affairs every time there has been an announcement by the US president which transgresses upon India's strategic autonomy. This is not the way India has conducted its foreign policy over the past 70 years. Unfortunately,
yes.
Unfortunately, this seems to have become a pattern insofar as the response of the Indian establishment is concerned. And this is very unlike the manner in which other countries have been reacting to similar announcements by the Trump administration. Look at the pushback by the Europeans on Greenland. Look at the pushback by various other countries when it comes to the question of tariffs. Look at the Prime Minister of Canada's speech to the World Economic Forum. There is a clear distinction between the way other countries are handling the United States of America and the way it is being handled by the current administration in India.
Well, it just seems to be a difference of opinions here. We've got outlets, American outlets like Politico, doing pieces on the negotiating tactics and appreciating the Indian negotiating tactics, not giving up to Trump's grandstanding and also what he's been doing with other countries and also his statuses. But I'll let you have your say at that. Congress's Manish Tiwari weighing on Donald Trump making the announcement before the MEA has come out with a detailed announcement of its own. And with that, it's time we step into a short break. Much more lined up on the other side. Don't you go anywhere. Well, we got breaking news coming in from Maximum City, Mumbai, where NDTV has accessed some inside details on the Rohit Shetty firing case. Your channel is getting to learn that the accused recce'd Rohit Shetty's house before that incident took place. The recce was conducted using a scooter registered on a Pune number plate. The same scooter, mind you, was also used on the day of the shooting. Breaking news coming in from Mumbai in the Rohit Shetty house firing case, where 4 to 5 rounds of bullets were actually fired at the film producer and director's house in downtown Mumbai. Breaking news coming in from New Delhi, where the Election Commission versus Mamata Banerjee Rao has only escalated, with the Bengal cops now reaching the national capital. They've reached the national capital after an alarm raised by Mamata Banerjee, who in fact alleged that Delhi police or Delhi cops were following her. To which the Delhi police has replied and in fact rubbished Mamata's charges. Delhi cops are now saying that they did not enter the Bengal Bhavan. And they also saying and doubling down in fact on the point that the deployment was only for security for the Bengal Chief Minister. Meanwhile, listen in to Delhi Police Special Commissioner of Police Crime Branch DC Srivastava.
उनकी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था की जिम्मेदारी दिल्ली पुलिस की है और इस बारे में पश्चिम बंगाल पुलिस ने हमें पहले ही बता दिया था। इसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने चाणक्यपुरी और हेली रोड दिल्ली स्थित बंग भवन में व्यापक सुरक्षा और कानून व्यवस्था के इंतजाम किए। दिल्ली पुलिस सामान्यतः साल भर अलग अलग सुरक्षा और कानून व्यवस्था की ड्यूटी के लिए सेंट्रल आर्म पुलिस फोर्सेज के कर्मियों की भी मदद लेती है और उन्हें भी इन कानून व्यवस्था तथा सुरक्षा इंतजामों के लिए तैनात किया गया था। इस सिलसिले में आज न तो कोई पुलिसकर्मी बंग भवन में घुसा है और न ही वहां रहने वालों की आवाजाही पर कोई रोक लगाई गई है।
Well, my colleague Shreya now joins us for the latest on this. Shreya, a lot of allegations and counter-allegations flying in the national capital. The Bengal Chief Minister claims that the Delhi police spying on her. The Delhi police has rubbished the charge. What's happening here? Can you break down this controversy for the benefit of our viewers?
Well, of course, fireworks have erupted in the national capital as a fiery West Bengal chief minister is maintaining her street fighter attitude, and she has went on to allege that the Delhi police is intimidating not only the West Bengal government but also the 50 families who have come from different districts across West Bengal who have been affected because of the SIR process. Either their names have been cut off from the draft list or their family members' names have been cut off. Those families are living in the national capital. They have been brought from West Bengal to Delhi to meet with the CEC and address their grievances. So West Bengal Chief Minister is saying that, Delhi police is allegedly intimidating those families, and that is why West Bengal government has called for a 22-member team of West Bengal police led by one DSP and one inspector rank officer. There will be 10 male cops and 10 female cops from Rapid Action Forces as well. And today there is going to be yet another press conference where these SIR affected families will be addressing their grievances to the media. Back to you.
My colleague Shreya getting us the latest from the simmering row in the national capital between Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and the Delhi police. Well, with that, it's time we shift into a short break. Much more lined up on the other side. Don't you go anywhere. You're getting breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu, where the language row keeps on simmering. Now, the latest Madras High Court judge has made a big remark on language imposition. He said that language is our identity and Tamilians are not against learning languages but will never accept language imposition on them. Listen in to Justice Anand Venkatesan, who's raked up this controversy once again.
மொழியில முக்கியம் மதிப்பெண் எடுக்கிறது இல்ல, மொழி மூச்சுன்னு தெரியறது ரொம்ப முக்கியம். நம்மளுடைய உயிர்னு தெரிகிறது வந்து நம்ம மதிப்பெண்லாம் கொடுக்க முடியாது. அது நம்மளுடைய மூச்சு, அதுதான் நம்மளுடைய ஐடென்டிட்டி. அதை விட நம்மளுக்கு மதிப்பெண் முக்கியமா போனதுனால பள்ளி பாட திட்டத்துல செகண்ட் லாங்குவேஜ் இடத்துல வேறு பல மொழிகள் ஆக்கிரமிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சு. அதனால மாணவர்கள் தமிழ்ல அவங்களுடைய எக்ஸ்போஷர் அது அப்படியே கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமா குறைய ஆரம்பிச்சு இன்னைக்கு இந்த நிலைமையில வந்து நிற்கிறோம். ஆங்கிலம் தெரியாமல் தமிழ்நாட்டை தாண்ட முடியாது என்று எங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் தெரியும். தமிழன் மற்ற மொழிகளை எதிர்க்கவும் இல்லை, மாறாக அவன் விரும்பி படிக்கவும் செய்கிறான். என் மொழியின் தொன்மையின் காரணமாக, எனக்கு இருக்கும் என் மொழி செருக்கின் காரணமாக மற்றவர்கள் ஒரு மொழியை என் மீது திணித்தால் அதை நான் என்றுமே ஏற்க மாட்டேன்.
With that, it's time we step into a short break. Much more lined up on the other side. Don't you go anywhere. Getting some disturbing breaking news from Telangana's Hyderabad, where a software professional has died by suicide with her 2 children. The deceased have been identified as 38-year-old Pinnati Vijaya Shanti Reddy, a software professional hailing from Bodupal in Hyderabad, along with her daughter, 18-year-old Chetna Reddy, and 17-year-old son, Vishal Reddy. And with that, it's time we step into a short break. My colleague Divya gets you the breakfast show on the other side.
A very good morning. This is the Breakfast Show. I'm Divya Vada. We have good news, and that is Trump has reduced tariffs on Indian goods exported to the United States from 25% to 18%. And it's Prime Minister Modi thanking Donald Trump on the behalf of 1.4 billion people of India, adding he looks forward to taking their partnership to unprecedented heights. Let's get you details on that, but first, the headlines. India-US finalized a trade deal with Trump slashing tariffs against India from 50% to 18%. Prime Minister Modi hails the tariff reduction by the United States, adding people benefit when two large democracies work together. And politics over the India-US trade deal simmers, and Congress targets the centre, questions India's strategic autonomy and asks why did India outsource trade announcements. And the defence debate that blows up in the parliament, a storm over Lok Sabha leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi's comments on former army chief's unpublished book. Rahul Gandhi alleges that the Prime Minister is uncomfortable over the book, while the centre hits back. Day after West Bengal's Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee raised alarms as far as the Delhi police deployment over her visit is concerned. A team of Bengal police reached the national capital, and the Delhi police rubbishes the charge that's being made by Mamata Banerjee, saying that cops were deployed only for security. An Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner grounded after its fuel control switch failed to stay in the run position twice and moved to cutoff during engine startup. The flight AI-132 came from Heathrow to Bengaluru on Monday. And it's the big cricket showdown that continues over the T20 World Cup match, with the ICC preparing bouncer. This is the ICC prepares for the bouncer for Pakistan after the latter boycotts the T20 match against India, scheduled for the 15th of this month in Colombo. Can bankrupt Pakistan really afford the boycott? Let's get you, our top story, and that's shortly after the mother of all deals that was agreed with the European Union. It is Donald Trump, the US president, who has confirmed that India and the US trade deal has been agreed. Prime Minister Modi hailed the tariff reduction from the United States, saying that Trump's leadership is crucial for global peace. He also congratulated Trump, saying that when two large economies and the world's largest economies work together, it only benefits the people, unlocks immense opportunities for mutual beneficial cooperation. In his typical style, Trump took to social media platform Truth, announcing that US will be reducing the prevailing tariffs to 18%. He also claimed that Prime Minister Modi has committed to stop buying Russian oil and start buying American instead. Through this agreement, the reciprocal tariffs imposed on India have been lowered to 18%, while securing basically a breathing room for domestic reforms and securing export gains for Indian manufacturing and services. Listen in to this conversation between US Ambassador to India and my colleague Vishnu Soam.
Ambassador Gore, is this premised on India buying Venezuelan and American oil as a way of India stopping the import of Russian oil?
I don't want to get into too many details. I'll let the trade negotiators announce those specific details. The one thing I will say is both the Prime Minister and the President have supported bringing this conflict in Russia and Ukraine to an end. And so that's something that both sides have been in agreement on over a long time. The Prime Minister wants to see peace over there also, as does the President. And so tonight is a night to celebrate that this deal is now behind us. To put it into perspective, I will share with you that the European Union and India took 19 years to negotiate the deal. And so, people were saying, why is this taking so long? It didn't take anywhere as close or as long as the European Union. So we're thrilled by that. And again, I will say that is because of the leadership of the Prime Minister and the President.
Just a point of clarification, the tariffs have come down to 18%. So in other words, the additional tariffs placed on India's import of Russian oil have also gone away. So the total tariffs right now stand at 18%. Is that right?
The total tariff will be 18%, and that will be finalized over the next few days. There's some items that need to get signed, but the total tariffs will be at 18%.
And to know more on this, what does this really mean for India going forward? The final details aren't out yet. We're waiting for a confirmation. We're waiting for details from the MEA. Well, we also have Kate Fisher, my colleague, joining us from Washington, D.C. to tell us all that this means for the United States and what it means for the relationship between India and the U.S.
President Donald Trump broke news of the deal on social media following a phone call with the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Tariffs on Indian products will drop from 25 to 18%, while the president said that US goods will enter India tariff-free. But he didn't specify when this would start. Indeed, the post was scant on detail, and the White House has not followed up with more. The breakthrough seems to have come with Prime Minister Modi's promise to stop buying Russian oil and instead buy much more from the US or, as Donald Trump suggested, also from Venezuela. The president says that Mr. Modi has also committed to, quote, buy American, and that was in full capital letters, along with an additional $500 billion to be spent on US energy, technology, agriculture and coal. Although in his post, the Prime Minister made no mention of either the oil or the extra investment. Now, previous trade deals with other major Asian trading partners like Japan and South Korea have included commitments to invest hundreds of billions of dollars into US industries. But the India announcement did not mention any specific investments. It will be a tall task for India to end its import of Russian oil, given that it makes up more than a third of India's overall oil imports. But President Trump said that Prime Minister Modi had agreed to replace India's Russian crude imports with oil from Venezuela and the US.
Aditya Rajkal, my colleague, joining us to get us more details on this. A huge sigh of relief for Indian exporters, Aditya, and of course, most of them who perhaps slept better than they have slept in months since the tariff announcement by Donald Trump, which has now finally been reduced to 18%.
Well, we have been waiting for this moment for the last many months. August is the month in 2025 when reciprocal tariffs were imposed on India, 25%, and that was increased to 25%. But joining us live and exclusive here on NDTV is Kenneth Jester, the former US ambassador to India. Mr. Jester, thank you very much for joining us live and exclusive here on NDTV with your first comments on this great development between New Delhi and Washington, D.C. We've been waiting for this moment to really happen. And finally, Donald Trump, the US president, has announced this. Your first comments, I remember meeting you, you setting the base of India-US relations when you were the ambassador here. What is going through your mind? What was your first reaction?
Well, I'm very gratified. I've been involved in U.S.-Indian relations and trade matters for 25 years, over 25 years, and this is the first deal of this magnitude between the two countries. So it's historic. It still has to be reduced to writing, and a few details need to be ironed out, but it was very important today that the Prime Minister and the President spoke and agreed on a deal, and they'll put out a joint statement. And beyond that, this is really the first phase of what both leaders have said would hopefully be a free trade agreement between the two. And unlike a lot of other deals that were announced earlier between that the United States had with other countries, this is more than just a statement. There have been substantive provisions that have been negotiated between the two sides. So it will really have some content and meat to it.
Well, certainly, it will lead to the free trade agreement between DC and New Delhi. That's what we are waiting for. We're waiting for the blueprint, the final blueprint to come in. What does this really entail? But what does this say about the top priority of the Trump administration, that is regarding the Russian oil? India had increased that significantly over the last 3 years. But now, US President says that Prime Minister Modi has agreed to reduce that to nil. Does this become a win-win situation for DC?
Well, again, I'm not exactly sure as to the details regarding that and how quickly India will reduce its purchases and how far they'll go down. I do know that India already, over the last few months, has been lowering its purchases of Russian oil, in part due to market conditions. And so this is a positive development between the two countries, and hopefully will also help provide the impetus for a peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine. And so the 25% punitive tariffs were taken off and the reciprocal tariffs were reduced from 25 to 18%.
Also, Ambassador Jester, you've been involved in the India-US ties over the last 25 years. India has enjoyed bipartisan support from the United States continuously during the strategic partnership over the last 2 decades as well. What does this say about this critical strategic partnership between India and the United States when it comes to several other important and significant issues? I think, will this build in much more rapport, much more coordination between these countries over the next few years?
Well, the strategic partnership stretches across an entire range of issues that were not really affected by these trade negotiations. The defense relationship has moved forward, the technology relationship, the energy relationship, the space relationship, and so on. But trade has always lagged behind and been a sore subject, and this now helps resolve the tensions on that issue and hopefully will provide even further impetus to the strategic partnership. And in addition, should help energize the Quad, the grouping among the United States, India, Australia, and Japan, with Prime Minister Modi hosting a leadership summit of the Quad, hopefully sometime this year, which would therefore include a visit by President Trump to India, which would be very significant.
Well, yes, we've been waiting for that US President Donald Trump visit to India during his second term as the president. But Ambassador Jester, I was about to ask you about the China angle in Asia. India right now, after the Trump announcement, has the lowest tariffs at 18%. Other competing economies have 19% and above. Could this further be reduced in talks further with some conducive measures that have been assured by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Indian government? Could we see potentially much more? Because some of the contention areas have been around agriculture and dairy. Do you think these would be no-go areas for both these countries?
Well, again, as we were referring to earlier, this is the first phase of what will be hopefully a free trade agreement. And therefore, as negotiations continue and further reductions are made in either side, this will hopefully bring down that 18% tariff. So I've always said it's important to get this initial phase done, and then there are future opportunities to reduce tariffs even further. And I actually think it's in India's interest to open up its economy. It has world-class companies. It will be further integrated into world supply chains. So it's a win-win for both countries.
Well, there's been hectic diplomacy between India and United States over more than a year now. But one comment from you, since you've been a top diplomat of US in India, one comment on Sergio Gore. He landed in India, and many believe that, he's somebody who's been very close to the Trump administration and the US president himself. And he perhaps did something here in New Delhi to speed up the entire talks process. Of course, there was the India-EU trade deal that happened just a few days ago. But Sergio Gore holding key potential meetings and making this happen. How do you react to that?
Well, I'm not on the inside, so I can't give you specifics, but certainly having a U.S. ambassador on the ground in Delhi is a positive development and can only help on this issue as well as many others. Whether he was directly involved, I don't know. I think the leads were Piyush Goyal, the Minister of Commerce in India, and Jamieson Greer, the U.S. Trade Representatives, and then their subordinates, Brendan Lynch on the United States and Rajesh Agrawal. But having an ambassador on the ground has got to be positive, especially one who has a direct line to the president.
Well, certainly, Sergio Gore had that direct line with the US president, and that clearly did help out. Mr. Jester, thank you very much for joining us on this important broadcast. I request you to stay on with us. Back to you, Divya.
Right, Aditya, stay on with us as well. And of course, joining us now is William Boiter. William Boiter, the American-British economist, as well as professor, joining us. Thank you so much for speaking with us here on NDTV. We also have Richard Rosso, senior advisor and chair on India and emerging Asia economics at the CSIS. Again, thank you so much, sir. Now, of course, Prime Minister Modi has also taken to social media while thanking Trump. But Trump Trump has gone on to clearly say this is out of friendship and respect for Prime Minister Modi as per his request. This is indicating a positive turn between the two countries that have had strained relationships ever since April of last year. Well, Mr. Boiter, over to you.
Yes, this is indeed significant progress, although, of course, the terms and conditions are very vague and nothing is official yet. We have to remember that. Right? To go from 50% tariffs to 18% tariffs, roughly the average tariff that the US imposes on the rest of the world, is enormous progress for India. About 50 billion worth of Indian imports will have these tariffs lowered from 50 to 18. But it's not the end of the story. We don't know when and how India will end her imports of Russian crude oil. We don't know what has been agreed in terms of tariffs on US exports to India. Trump hinted at zero tariffs. That seems exceedingly unlikely, especially when it comes to agriculture and dairy. But non-tariff barriers to trade are also very important. So I hope that this agreement also the access of American IT companies to investments in India. So it is good news, but it is still significant uncertainty about it all. And Trump being Trump, you can never believe anything is fine.
Right. Let me bring in Mr. Rosso also in this discussion. In the current backdrop of the geopolitical tensions that we have seen over the last few years, especially in the last 1 year, where Trump has been, hectically involved in a peace process between Russia and Ukraine, and now this deal, one of the clinchers would have been the Russian oil. How do you react to that? Would India have certainly agreed to not buying Russian oil at all with the kind of pace that it had picked up over the last 3 years?
I think India has bowed to U.S. pressure a couple of times in the past, particularly with regard to Venezuela and Iran. So if the threat of U.S. pressure is real, if sanctions, including tariffs, are real, India has shown an ability to kind of move the needle a little bit in terms of where they buy hydrocarbons from. I think specifically, as we talk about what happened most recently. Is it reasonable? Is it feasible? I mean, 7-8 years ago, India bought almost no hydrocarbons from Russia too. And so it is, to some extent fungible. The big question is, are they going to want to pay the additional fees to be able to do that? Right now, you got about a $10 to $15 per barrel differential from buying Ural crude versus other forms that India would be able to purchase for its refineries. So there's a price to be paid, but India's trade deficit has remained relatively steady. At the same time, its economy has grown, so it is a toll that they can pay if they need to. I think if the prize is big enough, we've seen India bend that needle in the past, and maybe they're going to do so this time. But again, we just don't know. We just have a president's social media message and no response on some of those vital points from the Indian side.
We also, of course, have Kenneth Juster with us. Sir, this, of course, helps regain the market share and reduce the hit from the earlier tariff hikes. But this really comes at a price of India not dealing with Russia, not buying, Russian oil that India has been, like we've been talking about over the last 3 years, particularly since COVID. Now, also it means buying more American products. How do you see this deal going through, particularly when it comes to the pressure that India is under when it comes to its relationship with Russia, particularly when it comes to buying oil?
Well, one of the objectives of the Trump administration has been to reduce the trade deficit between the two countries, and India is therefore committed to purchase a significant amount of energy from the United States, which will make up for some of the decrease in purchases from Russia. And there was also talk of buying oil from Venezuela, as Rick has said. Prior to the Ukraine war, India purchased a very minute share of its oil from Russia, so it can clearly adjust to this. The important point is, and while details still need to be worked out in a few areas, is there was a very positive call between the president and the prime minister. They agreed in principle, and they'll issue a joint statement in the next few days. And it really, I think, eliminates some of the strain that had built up in the relationship and will give new impetus to the strategic partnership across a range of issues. So I'm very pleased. Obviously, it's always a dynamic situation, but this is better to be on this side of the dynamic than on the other side.
Right. Let me go across to Mr. Boiter at this particular stage. Over the last 1 year, the Quad had taken a back seat. But do you think that the rearrangement and the trade deal or the FTA between India and US will put that again in the forefront? Do you think that the Quad meeting that wasn't held last year, the summit could be potentially happening this year with India hosting it and perhaps the US president attending that as well? How much of focus do you think that the United States will again emphasize on the Indo-Pacific going forward?
Certainly, when India and the US were at its most stressed about the Russian oil imports, the Quad almost was viewed as a relic of the past, as gone. I think that this is indicative of further political connection strengthening that shifts India in the global geopolitical network closer to the US and somewhat further from China, which has been, I think, one of the sort of undeclared objectives of the US government in this round of negotiations with India. It is not even mainly about economics and trade. The main importance to the US of India is as a geopolitical partner in an Asia that is looking increasingly difficult and hostile.
Right. Mr. Rosso, coming to you now, there have been several irritants in the relationship in the last 10 months, particularly apart from the tariffs. There were more than 60 times President Trump coming across and saying that he was the one who brought in peace between India and Pakistan during the 4-day war. Then, of course, the tariffs that were further increased. What are the kind of difficulties that the US-India ties could possibly face up ahead? Because, you know, Trump has been criticized for the not abiding by the rules-based order, you know, in the last few weeks with the kind of operation that was led in Venezuela. And he has changed the dynamics of operations when it comes to diplomacy. A new kind of a diplomacy, Trump diplomacy, or the Trump grammar, if I can say, taking to Truth Social and indicating what his policy decisions really are going to be. But when it comes to a close partner, a strategic partner like India, how difficult would it be to take forward this trade deal and perhaps have coordination in other sectors or other, diplomatic fields as well?
Yeah, I think ties can be restored faster than I think we were thinking a few months ago. I say that because, across India, while there was frustration with, I think, how the Trump administration has handled the India relationship, there's a natural lean and inclination towards the United States. I travel around India, I travel the States, and everywhere you go, policymakers at all levels, they studied here, their kids are here, their economic ties are here. There's so much that kind of binds us together, even if the leaders have some bad days here and there. The negative side, you didn't touch on some of the big ones there too, which is on visas and immigration. That's where,
Yes.
you asked the question about what are some of the areas that might prove tension points in the future. And I think the Republican Party right now still is grappling with this idea about, kind of nativism, but also a lot of the tech companies that have went more deeply into the party that want to make sure that you've got the mobility for high-tech workers. You saw a bit of a slowdown in any students being able to come here because of a freeze on visa appointments a while ago. So I do think there are still some unresolved tensions that Trump is going to have to kind of react to, different wings in the party, hopefully find a balance that won't upset the apple cart too much. But, the good news is that, trade remained remarkably resilient. We actually had substantial growth in goods trade in the last year. Services trade remains pretty strong. And you've got massive investments by a handful of big U.S. companies trying to take advantage of the AI and data center, which, of course, the budget a couple of days ago offers incentives there as well. So a lot of things on the upside. I think you got some bad days between the administrations, but companies oftentimes work on their own accord, and they still choose India when they've got the choice.
Well, the bad day is possibly behind us, and we are looking towards the end of this so-called stalemate and perhaps good days ahead for both the US and India. Ambassador Jester, one comment on the kind of bonhomie that we have seen between Prime Minister Modi and the US President in the past. I remember when you were the ambassador and US President visited India, we had a great camaraderie, great coordination between them. The same when Prime Minister Modi visited Washington, D.C. And yesterday in his Truth Social post, the first comment was to show great respect and love and immense, good words for Prime Minister Modi. How do you see the personal chemistry or rapport between these two leaders paving the way for good ties and strategic partnership between US and India?
Okay, well, the personal chemistry has always been there. Even during this tension, there were not bad words said publicly by either leader against the other. I think it's also important to note there was never a strategic decision in the United States to reverse policy on India. The relationship in defense, technology, energy, and all sorts of other areas continued to move forward. Trade has been an issue that the president focuses on, but he doesn't do that as part of the holistic relationship. He does that focusing on trade. It did cause strain, but hopefully we will get beyond that overall. But I am optimistic that the relationship has been built up over 25 years. It's got huge dimensions to it. There's an underlying glue of the Indian American community, and I think a lot of good things will come out of this. Finally, the issue of visas, of students studying in the United States, immigration, are difficult issues, but they're not U.S.-Indian issues. They're issues more broadly about the Trump administration's policy that have an impact on India. But this was really, the trade issue was a U.S.-Indian bilateral issue that hopefully we can put behind us and regard as a great achievement, because over 25 years, we've never been able to reach a deep substantive agreement lowering barriers to trade.
All right. The US-India trade deal has been seen as a win-win situation. Both these countries have been natural allies. I'll request my guests to stay on with us, even as we bring in relentless reportage on the crucial US-India the trade deal that has been announced, but we are waiting for the final blueprint. Divya, my colleague, joins us from the NDTV headquarters, the NDTV studios, to bring us a more finer blueprint of what to expect.
Right, Aditya, let's quickly take our viewers through what all and where all does India stand to gain as far as US reciprocal tariffs that have been cut from 50%. Do remember by the 7th of August that announcement that was made by Donald Trump and his government of 50% tariffs that Indian exporters would be facing. That 50% is down to 18%, giving sleepless nights when it comes to Indian exporters. Now, this is faster access for Indian exports to the market, so of course increasing that market share. The export gains are for Indian manufacturing and services, energy security via diversified oil and gas sources. Do remember, this is all coming at the price of not purchasing crude oil from Russia. Now, the energy diversification reduces geopolitical risks and also secures a breathing room for domestic reforms. Now, this is really emerging as the deal maker, the trade deal, like Donald Trump has been saying. After twin trade deals, a global diplomatic edge on the Russia-Ukraine war. Do remember that Donald Trump has been saying that this is going to put an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. So long-term stability in bilateral trade relations, and that is what this deal is, hinting towards, that positive turn that it has taken after the two countries have seen strained relations since that announcement that all started with the 26% that was announced back in April of last year. Well, Aditya, if we take our viewers through the timeline, it all began in April when that announcement was 26%, and then it was, that 90-day window was given, then it was down to 25%, and that huge announcement that came about on the 7th of August when that, went up to 50%. That is what Trump had threatened the Indian exporters with.
Well, that's right, Divya. It was August 2025 when 25% tariffs were imposed, reciprocal tariffs, and that went ahead with 50% later that month. And that is when the trade negotiations took a turn, and there were hectic parleys that were held both in DC and in New Delhi as well. But our guests continue to join us on this special broadcast on the US-India trade deal and the tariffs being reduced to 18%. Mr. Rosso, if I can come to you now on the trade tension that has emerged, but also the geopolitical tension globally over the last 3 to 4 years. One, of course, the Russia-Ukraine war, where Prime Minister Modi has had a kind of a rapport with both Putin and Zelensky. He went to both these countries, met these leaders, and said that this is not an era of war. Solutions cannot be found in the battlefield. Thereafter, on the Israel-Palestine front also, we recently had the foreign minister from Palestine saying that India can play an increasing role in mediating for peace. Then came the Trump Board of Peace invite. Do you think that India, possibly in coordination with the United States, can increasingly play an important critical role as a peacemaker because of the good ties that we have had with all these conflicting countries?
I think that's tricky. I say that because, ultimately a lot of these countries, what they want in exchange for listening to global views, they want resources, they want weapons, they want investment, they want trade, they want exports. And India still does not have a lot of development assistance. It doesn't have a strong outbound policy that comes with it, with technology and money. So I think India's tools for pressing tricky partners to the table still remain relatively limited. Beyond, of course, its own views as kind of leading first with peace within its own neighborhood and with a lot of relationships there. So I think the tools are relatively limited. You do see, as you rightly point out, India being seen as relatively close to conflicting players. But at the same time, fortunately, I think with India's a lot of the agreements they've done recently, a lot of the substantive trade policy you've seen partnering with mostly developed countries and partners with the United States, EU, UK, kind of on down the list, Australia, New Zealand, and such. So I think India is at least embedding itself more with partners and allies than it is with those that we look on the other side of geopolitics. But still, nonetheless, India needs a few more tools in the toolkit to bring tricky players to the table to be a key player in resolving disputes, I think.
Needs more tools. India did speak about the strategic autonomy over the last few years and stood by it. We have Divya joining us again to explain to the viewers about the trade deal and what we could expect in future.
Aditya, more importantly, who are the people behind this deal? Who've really made this possible? The warriors who've made this deal now finally, the nitty-gritties are yet to be signed. The MEA is yet to make that announcement. But Donald Trump, of course, has taken to his social media site, Truth, and made the announcement. And so has Prime Minister Modi. In fact, he's thanked Donald Trump on behalf of 1.4 billion people of the country of India. Now, let's talk us through, the warriors who made this possible, starting with, of course, Donald Trump, who has been a good friend, calling Prime Minister Modi his good friend, his respected, leader of the country. Of course, starting with Donald Trump, going on to Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, as far as the United States is concerned. The third person involved in the deal from the United States side is, of course, Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary. And then we also have Sergio Gore, the US Ambassador, who has also been responsible for this trade deal to finally come through. On our side, of course, is Narendra Modi, the good friend of Donald Trump. In fact, he has been praising Prime Minister Modi time and again. Prime Minister Modi has said when two great economies and, the largest democracies come together, that only benefits the people. And this is going to take, the relationships between the two countries to unprecedented heights. That is what Prime Minister Modi has said, who has made this deal possible. So has External Affairs Minister S. Shankar, Piyush Goyal, the Commerce Minister, and of course the Indian Ambassador to the United States, Vinay Mohan, has been responsible for this deal that has finally come about. It has been in the works, in fact, for months now, giving sleepless nights to the Indian exporters, who can now finally breathe easy because the tariffs have been reduced to 18%. Do remember, it's going to be 0% tariffs when it comes to American goods coming into India. But when we talk about what price has all of this come at, well, this is going to be costing India that crude oil, the Russian crude oil agreement that it has with Russia. Aditya, what does this really mean when it comes to, while we're improving relationships with the United States, what about our relationships with Russia?
Well, I think India has maintained a balance of sorts over the last many months and years. There's a historic partnership with Russia that we did not want to compromise with, but there was a strategic partnership with the United States as well. Of course, there were irritants and difficulties that we faced. India stood by the strategic autonomy that we spoke about. Let me go across to Mr. Rosso on that strategic autonomy question. Through this war between Russia and Ukraine, Mr. Rosso, we saw India speak about strategic autonomy. We saw Prime Minister Modi, we saw External Affairs Minister Jaishankar emphasize on the fact that the key decisions on national policy, on foreign policy will be taken into consideration only that help the national policy of the government and the people of India, especially when it came to Russian oil, especially when it come to oil coming in, energy coming in from Russia, and of course trade with Moscow as well. How do you see the kind of counterbalance now? What happens as a country that spoke in detail about strategic autonomy, but now has agreed to possibly make the Russian oil purchase to zero?
We're all autonomous until we need help. And, when India talks about strategic autonomy, certainly the United States and India have very different views on most global issues, but we both agree that some of the dangerous elements of the rise of China are things to be concerned about, things that we should cooperate towards, both bilaterally as well as through platforms such as the Quad. So I think, strategic autonomy, it also means that you have the autonomous decision to choose strategic partners in different fora when you need them. And when it comes to commercial, to the United States, India is a rising economic partner, but to India's view, we're your largest export market for goods. 20% of all of India's goods exports come to the United States, the largest export destination by far in services, with about 65% of IT services coming here, the largest source of foreign investment. So autonomy is great, but at the end of the day, when India thinks about which are the countries that help provide livelihoods and put food on the table in India, American companies have been big partners despite some challenges. So I think, autonomy, India's making its own choices, but in some lanes like security and commercial, the United States has largely been the partner of choice across a wide range of trade agreements and defense programs. So the links still continue to be strong bridges for us.
All right, the links between India and US continue to remain strong, and the FTA, possibly that could be signed in the next few days, could be the backbone of this new era of ties between DC and New Delhi. Mr. Rosso, thank you very much for joining us live and exclusive here on NDTV. Even as the relentless coverage continues, we focus on the FTA. We have been speaking to the big names, the game changers in the relationship between India and US. Perhaps this is a time that we are moving from the shared values to shared interests, but the relentless coverage, live and exclusive, will continue here on NDTV. Divya, it's back to you.
Absolutely, Aditya, this really comes on the heels of that mother of all deals with the EU and India. Now, what does this really mean when it comes to India and the US? There are many questions that are, of course, coming up because of this trade deal, as Donald Trump is calling it. Will India stop buying Russian oil? Is it going to come at the expense of India completely stopping from buying Russian oil, as is being requested in that deal by Donald Trump? Of course, India has promised to buy more American goods, American products. That is the promise that India is making. Now, can Venezuela really replace Russian oil to begin with? Is that really going to, be the case? Can it come at the same price? What is it going to cost India? As far as India's oil calculus is concerned, does this really fit in the scheme of things? That is the second question that needs to be answered here as well. Is India expected to open key sectors? We're talking about sectors which have been, the friction point, whether it's agriculture or dairy. So is India going to be opening up all the sectors? Has that point also been resolved before coming to this trade deal? And as far as the timeline is concerned, what really is the timeline of this $500 billion US investment into the United States? So that is the fifth question that needs to be answered, and we're waiting for those nitty-gritties to be finally, come out in the open, the announcement to be made by the MEA, because we're not hearing from the MEA yet. Of course, the two leaders, that is Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi, who have taken to social media platforms and made it very, very clear that India and US are improving their bilateral relations, and indicating to that positive turn that the relations between the two countries will now formally be taking place after that reduction that has been announced by Trump himself from 25% down to 18%. Now, what are the experts saying? Let's listen in to Michael Kugelman.
Clearly, I think it'll give the two sides something to be very happy about. It'll provide, I think for a good news story, so to speak, at a moment when these high level engagements between the U.S. and India in recent months have so often been, feature these caveats about how the relationship is in tough shape and that the two sides need to try to work to make things better. Now you have a success story in the form of a trade deal. And I really don't know, again, if Jaishankar's visit is tied to this. I mean, he's, of course, here to discuss other matters, such as critical minerals. But I do think that it's an indication that this relationship is getting closer to being back where both sides, at the end of the day, want it to be.
Frankly, if India's tariffs on U.S. goods are 0%, I do also think that India should make very clear right now that the reciprocal equivalent of this would be for 0% tariffs on Indian goods to the United States.
First reaction was, wow, it's finally here. It's taken too long, and I'm just glad that we've got an announcement of a deal. The trade negotiators on both sides have been working at this. It appeared last July that they were very close. Things went off the rails at that time. It was largely on the Russian oil purchases issue, but there were other problems as well. So, it's been clear for some time that to get this across the finish line, it would require the two leaders to speak.
This is the longest expected trade deal between the two countries. And so it's a win for the US and win for India. And this will drive the trade in a much more expedited manner between the two countries. It sends a message that this is the beginning and both countries will partner in critical mineral. Both countries will partner on AI. Both countries will partner on the Quads arena. So what we are seeing is a trade is, yes, transactional, but we will go beyond that to ensure that there's a win-win for India and the United States.
And Vishal joining us to get us more on this. Vishal, 2 points that are really standing out as far as this deal is concerned. One, that India will buy more American goods. And secondly, that India will reduce buying oil from Russia. The big question being, will it completely stop buying oil from Russia? Take us through, what are the questions that are really looming over the claims that are being made by Donald Trump?
Well, this is a historic occasion. We have the deal lined up. When that happens, that remains to be seen. But we have the first stage of the deal being signed, being almost agreed on. There are some claims, though, that Trump has made which need to be looked at closely. The first one, of course, is India will buy over $500 billion worth of US goods. So the Trump administration has said clearly, Trump himself has said clearly that India would go on to buy some products in the domain of coal, in the domain of agriculture. What kind of, what are the contours of the deal? That will have to be, answered by the Indian side. So far, no comment from the Indian side on this. $500 billion is a huge amount. The second one is India will reduce trade barriers to zero. This is also a key point because on one hand, we have reduced tariffs from 50% to 18%, but on the other, 0% tariffs for the American products to get into the Indian territory. What are the contours of this particular point? That also needs to be looked at closely. Moving on, India will stop buying Russian oil. So this is the most crucial point as far as the experts and many people who cover these stories are concerned, because the fact that India is one of the biggest buyers of Russian oil, serves the need of Indian people, Indian consumers. So once it stops buying the Russian oil, what are the alternatives? That will have to be looked at. And the last one is, of course, India will shift oil purchases to US and Venezuela. This is also a very contentious point because US is a big producer of oil. But when it comes to Venezuela, it still needs to stand on its feet if it has to get back into the global scheme of things. Some experts suggest that it will take at least 10 years for Venezuela to deliver oil to the rest of the world. So how does Venezuela fit into the whole calculus, as you were speaking earlier? That will have to be explored. So these are some of the claims of the Trump administration, of the US president himself, that will have to be analyzed more closely. Back to you.
Right, and back home, of course, Vishal, is the Congress party demanding full disclosure when it comes to the India-US trade deal. Now, the nation must be taken into confidence is what the Congress party is saying, and Modi government must, in fact, give us all the details and take the parliament into confidence. The trade deal announcement is like the Pakistan ceasefire is what the Congress party is saying, and India has the right to know the deal and the full details of the trade deal. Now, this is the Modi government must take the parliament and the entire country into confidence and share all the details, is what the social media handle of the Congress party is saying. Aishwarya, my colleague, joining us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, the Congress party, particularly Rahul Gandhi, has been questioning Prime Minister Modi time and again as to what is he doing for Indian exporters ever since the US had slapped the Indian exporters with that tariff war that we've been seeing since last year. And now the Congress party is demanding full details of the deal.
Well, certainly the opposition parties, including the Congress party, has demanded that there should be a total, revelation as far as the government is concerned on the trade deal that has been cracked between India and the United States. It is the Congress party who has stated that it is first the US president announced the ceasefire between India and Pakistan. It is the US president from Washington announced about India's not purchasing oil from Russia. Then later it is Donald Trump from Washington even announcing the trade deals. It is the Congress party who is asking that what led India outsourcing what India has to do as far as the trade deals with other countries are concerned, or their purchasing from other countries are concerned. Why the parliament was not taken into consideration and why they have not been informed is something that the Congress party has been asking. It's a total surrender by the government is what the Congress party has been saying, but rather if we see about what the government has been saying for so long, including the Commerce Ministry, that there were several rounds of negotiations that took place, there were several rounds of talks, and the team that went with Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the United States had a talk, and it is a wait and watch policy that the government was opting, and they have already always stated in the past that let's wait, it would be a great deal that India will crack with the United States. And finally, when the historic occasion came, it reduced from 25% to 18%, which the government is calling it's a welcoming step, which will boost the exports for the country as well. But certainly the Congress slamming the government over not informing the parliament, not taking the parliament into consideration, and why it is United States who announced and why it is the United States president who announced this trade deal, rather the Indian Prime Minister or the Indian government.
Right, of course, this is going to increase the market share. It is going to increase jobs and, of course, a very positive sign between the two relations. Now, the Congress has, on the other side, targeted the centre over the relationship and the trade deal that is taking place. Now, the Congress MP Abhishek Manu Singhvi has questioned why did India outsource its trade announcements. At the same time, we have, Manish Tiwari of the Congress party also pointing out that the US president has gone ahead and said that India would not purchase oil from Russia anymore. He asked what really happened to India's strategic autonomy, while the centre is still to clarify those claims that have been made by Donald Trump of not buying Russian oil anymore. But, Aishwarya with us, of course, the two, points really standing out here is, will India reduce its purchase of Russian oil, or will it, stop purchasing Russian oil whatsoever? Let's listen in to what Manish Tiwari of the Congress party had to say.
Essentially, he's saying that India will not buy oil from Russia. India will buy oil instead from Venezuela. There would be 18% tariff on Indian imports to the US. There will be zero tariffs on American exports to India. There will be no non-tariff barriers. India will buy $500 billion worth of energy, coal, and other agricultural products. Well, essentially, he is laying out the contours of what he thinks is the conversation that he had with his interlocutor. So under those circumstances, I think the government will need to answer Parliament as to whether this is what has been agreed between India and the United States. And if this has been, or these are the contours of the agreement, then it has very serious implications on India's strategic autonomy.
Of course, questioning, the announcement that's been made not by India first, but by the United States, Aishwarya. Of course, this is the ammunition that the Congress party is using against the central government, but also big questions regarding if India does not buy oil from Russia but from Venezuela, will it come at the same price or not? So many questions that are being thrown up, not just by the opposition, but a lot of people questioning that very trade deal.
Well, essentially what the opposition parties have been stating that it's not a negotiation that has been done. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi has surrendered before United States is what the Congress party has been saying in terms of the, finalization of the deal. What the United States wanted has been imposed on India, and there was no negotiations, be it not purchasing oil from Russia and going ahead to purchase it from Venezuela. It is, the imports from American soil as far as the coal is concerned, agricultural soil is concerned, and other products are concerned, and that's what the United States wanted. Where is India, who had earlier stated that the oil purchase will continue, and there were several oil companies in India which categorically stated that the kind of ties with Russia and India has, there is no impact on the oil purchase, and it's going as earlier the flow was. Certainly it is the opposition parties who wanted the government to come out with a clarification, inform the parliament about the trade deal and why it has been announced by the United States, who had time and again imposed whatever they wanted to in terms of the reciprocal tariff, and now finally coming out with a trade deal. Announcement has been made from Washington. Why not from New Delhi, and why not inform the parliament and the people of this country? Certainly the questions which has been raised by the opposition parties. Today in the parliament we are expecting another round of fireworks in terms of the US trade deals that the Congress party will definitely raise up.
Right, Aishwarya, all eyes on that trade deal and the announcement that we're waiting and expecting from the MEA. While moving on and getting you more news in regard to the plane crash of Ajit Pawar. So Ajit Pawar's plane crash probe has intensified, with the DGCA ordering a special audit of the jet owner. We're talking about the VSR Ventures under scanner after the crash. So that is, in fact, what is being asked. The audit is being done in order to check as far as the checks and balances are concerned, as well as the logbooks of the company. Meanwhile, the AAIB is probing the crash that killed Ajit Pawar. With me, joining us, my colleague, in order to get us details. Take us through where exactly is the investigation into the death of Ajit Pawar and that plane crash that has taken place, last week. We also know that the debris has now been shifted to Mumbai as far as the investigation is concerned. But now, as far as the jet owners are concerned, there is a focus on that now, and that is the latest turn that the investigation has taken.
Right. So the DGCA has ordered a special audit of this particular company, the charter company that operated the Learjet 45XR, the VSR Ventures, which is a Delhi-based company. Now, this DGCA audit is to check if the company, this organization, was keeping tabs on its maintenance of the aircraft, or, filling up its logbooks as per protocol. The AIB is investigating the probe, like what are the circumstances that led to this particular tragic accident. Now, a couple of days ago, the news broke out that the European aviation regulator had, not just suspended but also revoked the license of VSR Aviation to operate on European air. Now that also the DGCA has been the DGCA is also looking into that currently. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Bismi, for getting us details as far as the probe and investigation into the crash of Ajit Pawar's plane that took place last week. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. To stay with us. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vaba. It's Donald Trump who has announced that he's reducing tariffs on Indian goods exported to the United States to 18%, while Prime Minister Modi has thanked Trump on behalf of 1.4 billion people of India, adding that he's looking forward to taking that partnership to unprecedented heights. But Trump has also claimed that India will now stop buying oil from Russia. What does this really mean? We're going to get you